Conversation 1. The Fate of the Old Marquee.
Have you heard? The council's planning to tear down the old marquee to build a new bus terminus.
Are you serious right now? That marquee is part of the town's lore. It's where my grandparents danced.
I know. The decision still needs formal ratification, but it's already caused a tumultuous reaction at the public meeting.
That figures. The Secretariat has been pushing it through with sycophantic praise for the mayor's pet project.
I have an aversion to anyone who climbs the pulpit just to flatter the council. That only exacerbates the divide.
Exactly. And the onerous conditions they're imposing on the tradesman who runs the local repair shop? Unfair.
I'm sorry to hear that. That taught me an important lesson about trusting authorities blindly.
You read my mind. I'm about to leave for the protest. They're trying to abrogate the original preservation order.
I might join you. Let's focus on the key issue, not letting this corporate taskmaster tarnish our heritage.
Still, I haven't made up my mind yet about the alternate plan. The council's ebullient presentation was convincing, if misleading.
Well, where do you work? You're not exactly a local unless you've lived through those summer festivals there.
Fair point. I'll grab my coat. Together we can stop this.
Conversation 2. The Archival Project.
I've been working towards this goal of getting the old town records digitized, but I keep hitting new obstacles. Have you seen the state of the files in the crypt?
I have. The damp has done a number on them. Some of the handwriting is barely legible, and the overall tone of the documents is rather somber. War rations, tax defaults.
You might be right about the condition, but we need to stay focused on our goals. We can't let the torpid pace of the council derail us. Is there anything we can actually use?
There's one file I found, a report from the 1920s about an illicit gambling ring. The language used is practically profane, and the details are, well, beyond my ken. I can't make sense of the slang.
Let's review the results of the first batch we scanned. Perhaps that will give us a clearer idea of what is efficacious and what isn't. We might need to expunge some of the more sensitive pages.
I agree, but I also noticed a clear oscillation in the filing system. Someone started with a logical order, then just gave up. It creates a real anguish for anyone trying to trace a sequence.
I get it. The lack of structure is a major inducement for me to just close the lid and walk away. I'm not in the mood to decipher the servile handwriting of a clerk who clearly resented his job.
I'll drop by later with a better scanner. I'll have finished cataloging the census data by then, so I can give you a hand.
I'll do my best, but don't expect miracles. Some of these names are completely dormant in any modern record.
I've been trying to reach the Heritage Society about a grant. Their offer of a tiny budget was the most inane thing I've heard all month. I need an aid from a senior archivist to push it through.
We'll manage. We just have to move resolutely forward, one page at a time.
Conversation 3. The Defense Party.
I've been waiting for hours for this party to start. The defense must have run over.
That's crazy. The whole dissertation presentation was meant to finish at 5.
Actually, I feel a sense of clarity now that it's over. The entire process has been in flux.
I'm feeling inspired by how reverential the committee was toward her work.
Yes, but then her speech took a turn, and she lampooned some old theories. Quite a juxtapose.
She's the quintessential gregarious type, always able to incite laughter without effort.
I feel more balanced after hearing her talk about reciprocity in collaborative research.
I'm frustrated that she didn't validate my earlier comment about perpetual motion.
I'm working on it. I'll figure it out once we have a quiet moment.
Let's work it out together. But I felt a pang of envy when she thanked her mentors.
That's crazy. She's your closest friend. Envy shouldn't ensue.
Let's prioritize this conversation later. I need to ask her about that zodiac study she mentioned.
Oh, that's a figment of pseudoscience. She'd never take it seriously.
She vehemently argued against it in her dissertation, actually.
I know, but we could juxtapose it with real astronomy, just for fun.
The perpetual debate around that topic will always ensue.
I feel a sense of clarity now. Let's just enjoy the party.
I'm feeling inspired by the whole event. Let's go join her.
I've been waiting for hours to congratulate her properly.
That's crazy. You already said that. Come on, let's go.
Conversation 4, the Office Renaissance Project.
I just can't get on board with this new proposal. What's the main issue here? It feels like we're rewarding pure sloth.
I wouldn't call it that. We need to stay flexible, especially after the pandemic. The idea is that a more relaxed pace actually boosts long-term creativity.
You've got a point, Ben, but I'm worried about the abrogation of all deadlines. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on a trial period first.
Exactly. Without deadlines, we'll slide into complacency. That's a detestable outcome for any ambitious team.
I hear you, but we have to harness this moment. This is a renaissance for how we think about productivity, not a collapse.
I'm learning to trust the process, but some of the arguments for this plan sound myopic to me. They ignore the risk of a truculent client reaction when we miss a key date.
And let's not bemoan every little change later when our revenue takes a hit. The filibuster in the last meeting already wasted 3 hours. We need action, not more talk.
Sounds like a plan. But consider this. A more humane schedule could be the harbinger of better retention. We've lost too many people to burnout.
I'm hungry for some real data on that. Right now, this feels like pure utilitarianism dressed up as kindness. We're just choosing the easiest path.
Well, maybe we can find a complementary approach. Let's optimize the workflow instead of scrapping it entirely. Keep the structure, but add some flexibility.
I could support that. But the current plan has a luxuriant amount of free time built in. It might debilitate our momentum if we're not careful.
Right. We're on the verge of making a decision here. Let's talk it out one more time and find the middle ground.
The movie that we watched about agile teams last week had a similar conflict. They solved it by setting minimum deliverables. That might work.
All right, let's draft a revised proposal with a minimum floor for completion.
Agreed.
Conversation 5, planning the neighborhood festival.
Right. Let's move forward with this. We've got the preliminary schedule for the fair.
I'm having second thoughts about the main thoroughfare closure. That's a busy road.
That's a valid concern. Based on the data, we should proceed with a partial closure instead.
Good idea. There's some truth to that. Full closure might cause too much disruption.
Also, the prologue to the event, the opening ceremony, needs a solid cadence. I can help with that.
No big deal. We can improve it later. But first, the budget. We need to be frugal this year.
Indeed, stringency is key. We have to avoid any financial mishap.
I surmise that the street performers will attract a crowd. Their aptitude for engaging people is excellent.
Albeit they're unpaid, we should offer them some compensation. It feels like a swindle otherwise.
Not exactly. We're not demanding a ransom, just asking for their time. They'll be victors in popularity.
Under the aegis of the city council, we can manage this. What about food vendors?
One vendor always gets belligerent when we discuss location. We'll need to placate him.
That rings a bell. He caused a mishap last year with his shouting.
I'll send you an email with the proposed layout, and we must designate a tributary path for emergency vehicles.
My elation about this event is growing, despite the challenges.
This approach makes more sense now. Let's finalize it.
Agreed. We can improve this plan further in the next meeting.
Perfect. I'll send you an email with the updated documents.
I'm also concerned about security. No big deal, but we need a plan.
That's a valid concern. We'll coordinate with the police.
Good. Let's move forward with this then.
Conversation 6, The mural debate.
I understand your argument, but the mural isn't vandalism. It's a deliberate artistic statement.
The person who handled this did a great job technically, but it's still graffiti on public property. I need to catch up on my work on the city's regulations, but I think it should be removed.
We should minimize risks here by having a community vote. The thing is, opinions are deeply divided.
You could improve this further by including local history. I feel more in tune with myself when I paint scenes of our town.
The reason why I agreed to this meeting is simple. I want to discuss the mural's permanence. It feels like an imposition, not a gift.
I have a yearning for public art that reflects our identity. This isn't a dirge for the past. It's a celebration.
There's a residual anger from some residents. We need to dispel the notion that it's just a furtive act of vandalism by some rogue vandal.
I'm not calling you a vandal, Alex, but the method was unauthorized. If we let it stay, it might encourage more vandalism. We could see a hybrid of art and defacement.
That's an insoluble problem only if we refuse dialogue. I don't want ostracism for either side.
Perhaps we should retract the initial complaint and propose a trial period. The epilogue of this dispute could be a new community mural policy.
I worry about an oligarchy of artists deciding what's beautiful. The torpor of the council hasn't helped.
We can eradicate the negativity by focusing on shared values. I'll reach out to them, the local art society.
You're being eloquent, Alex. Let's schedule a follow-up meeting.
I'll consider it, but I reserve judgment. The book that I read about urban art was amazing, but it didn't cover legality.
Good point. Let's also consider the residual effects on kids who see it.
I think we have a productive start. I'll reach out to them, the neighborhood association.
And I'll retract my earlier harsh words, but I still have a yearning for a more formal process.
Understood. The epilogue of this will be written by all of us.
Let's dispel any residual doubts by holding an open forum.
I agree. The reason why I'm cautious is that I've seen too many insoluble conflicts in this town.
The person who started this mural should be part of the solution. That's me.
You could improve this further by offering to paint a smaller version elsewhere.
I'll consider that. I feel more in tune with myself when I collaborate.
We should minimize risks of ostracism by involving everyone.
That's eloquent. Let's set a date.
Conversation 7. Organizing the community festival.
I'm trying to decide on a theme for this year's festival. Every annum we seem to repeat the same formula, and attendance is dropping.
If I had more money, I'd invest in a proper marketing campaign. But we have to work with what we've got, and a fresh theme could be the antidote we need.
I'm feeling tired just thinking about it. Last year's planning was a nightmare because of all the hidden discord among the volunteers.
The work is done for last year, but we need to improve. Jamie, you should consider this carefully. What do you think about a unity theme that brings everyone together?
That could work, but only if we avoid any presumptuous assumptions about what people want. There's a tacit understanding that we keep the event low-key, yet some residents are pushing for more.
I haven't decided yet whether I'll help this time. Honestly, my inner misanthrope says it's all a waste of effort, but I know the community benefits from it.
Let's adapt to the situation. We could create a confluence of ideas: music, local food stalls, and an art display. That might vanquish the usual boredom and attract new faces.
I'll map this out on a timeline tonight. But we need a solid contingency plan. What if it rains? Also, the liturgy of the opening ceremony can be shortened to keep people engaged.
My compulsion to criticize everything is getting the better of me. The veneer of friendliness at these events often hides real tensions, you know?
He said he had finished the budget report last week. We can use it to see what's feasible. The imperative now is to recruit more volunteers before the next meeting.
This could lead to better results if we involve local artists early. I'm feeling optimistic for once.
I'll try to be stoic about the messy process, but please don't divulge the final plan until we have a consensus. Otherwise, we'll create more discord.
Understood. We need to act in unison, not as separate factions. Let's meet again next Tuesday to finalize everything.
Agreed. If I had more time, I'd refine the schedule myself. For now, let's trust the process.
Fine. I'll remain quietly pessimistic, but I'll help where I can.
Conversation 8. Planning the river cleanup keynote.
I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think we need to get a keynote speaker who has an unrivaled reputation in water conservation.
What do you mean by that? Are you thinking of Dr. Evans?
Exactly. His namesake, the Evans River, runs through our area. He's the perfect person to highlight the malodorous state of the river.
I'm not completely sold on that idea. He's quite reticent about public speaking, and we might have to forego his fee if his schedule doesn't allow.
If I had the chance, I would do it differently. I'd invite a local incumbent politician to give the keynote. They have more sway with funding.
I hadn't thought of that, but the incumbent mayor is not held in high esteem in environmental circles. His record on pollution is poor.
You might want to reconsider. The mayor could provide munition for our cause in the form of policy support.
I guess it depends on what we want. Publicity or genuine change.
We need abiding vigilance against the contagion of apathy among residents. Dr. Evans would inspire a swathe of volunteers.
You shouldn't have said that about the mayor. He'll hear about it if we are not careful.
If I see her, I'll tell her about our plans. She is the council secretary who can arrange the venue.
Good. And we must not procrastinate any longer. The cleanup date is set.
I've lived here for years, and I've never seen such savagery in the way our river has been treated.
True. The pollution is a direct result of industrial waste. We need to raise awareness at every echelon of society.
So let's finalize the plan. I'll contact Dr. Evans today.
Agreed. But remember, you shouldn't have said that about the mayor earlier. We need his support too.
I think Dr. Evans will accept. He has an abiding commitment to the river.
I hope so. If he agrees, we can schedule the keynote for Saturday morning.
Perfect. And I'll work on getting the mayor to attend, even if he's not the speaker.
That would show unity. Let's not procrastinate on sending the invitations.
Conversation 9. Planning the charity gala.
I'm stressed out. The town hall meeting turned into absolute mayhem last night.
You're not joking. The new committee member's fatuous remarks about the decorations wasted half an hour.
At least he didn't show the impudence he displayed last week. His wheedling tone was unbearable.
Still, we ended up with a profusion of ideas, but zero decisions. It felt like pure villainy on his part.
I know. His emotional effusion about tradition was excessive. He practically expects everyone to genuflect to his orthodoxy.
But you have to admit, his guile got him the budget increase. That took some shrewdness.
The thing that matters most is time. We have only 2 weeks to finalize everything.
If I had started earlier, I would have avoided this last-minute chaos. Let's evaluate the risks carefully today.
Good idea. You could achieve more than you think if you stop your pedantry about every detail.
This whole project has been arduous. I'm tired of listening to the same banal complaints. I should have prepared better for the budget presentation. If I had studied, I would have passed.
Well, he said he would keep improving his approach after I confronted him, but I doubt it.
He said he would handle the catering, but I'm not holding my breath.
If I had time, I would rewrite the entire schedule. Unfortunately, we're stuck.
Let's grab something to eat and talk strategy. We need a plan.
You must finish this today. No more delays.
Agreed. And for once, let's avoid any grandstanding by that so-called orator.
His traditionalism isn't helping. We need fresh ideas, not a blind genuflection to the past.
Right. Now, what's the first step?
Conversation 10. The Garden Project.
What are you doing now? You seem completely absorbed in that notebook.
I've been dealing with this garden design for weeks. The idea that you suggested about native plants was interesting, but I'm still ambivalent.
Ambivalent? That's one way to look at it. I'd say your haughty refusal to consider my input is more the problem.
That's unfair. I'm proud of what I did with the initial layout, but the soil here is mutable. It changes every season.
The report was submitted to the Homeowners Association last week. They specifically asked for more cohesion between the hardscaping and the planting.
And they're right. You keep trying to protract the decision-making process. I've been waiting for this moment to call you on it.
I'm not trying to protract anything. I just want to avoid a baleful outcome where everything looks disjointed.
Well, let's carry on. We need an auspicious start to spring planting. That verdant corner could be perfect for a wildflower meadow.
If we plant there, we'll have to shun the invasive species that usually creep in. Otherwise, our adversary, those blackberry brambles, will take over.
I'll be working on improving myself when it comes to plant identification. But dropping a name like adversary for a weed is dramatic.
A weed is a plant whose virtues have not yet been discovered. But don't snub C's point entirely.
Fine. Then I'll throw down the gauntlet. If we don't agree on a plan today, I'm done.
I'll figure things out eventually. But first, let me finish this ode to biodiversity I'm drafting in my head.
Your subconscious is clearly at war with your ego. Let's take a break and look at the kaleidoscope of colors in that catalpa tree.
Now I feel like I'm being patronized. But the view is nice. I'll laud the effort you put into the soil tests at least.
Thank you. And I'll try to see the garden as a kaleidoscope rather than a battlefield.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's carry on with the revised plan.
Conversation 11. The Hargrave Scandal.
I've been dealing with a lot lately, but the Hargrave case keeps nagging at me.
You shouldn't ignore this issue. His notoriety is well earned, and the public's reaction is lukewarm at best.
I'm a bit stressed out by the whole rigmarole of the investigation.
Exactly. His wantonness with public funds could imperil our entire district.
I remember he was a prodigy in school. Hard to believe he's become such a scoundrel.
And that liaison with the journalist? She's vivacious, but I wonder if she was used.
That sounds great for a news story, but we need real accountability. Did you see his fake penitence?
Let's clean this up. We could start a petition.
Let me think about it. I've gained a new understanding of how these scandals foment distrust.
I've been working here for years and never witnessed such blatant plunder. He was in a trance of greed.
Let's grab a coffee and discuss the next steps.
Everything happens for a reason. Perhaps his abstinence from honesty will finally bring reform.
The remit of the inquiry must be broadened. We need unequivocal evidence.
That sounds great. Let me think about how to get involved.
I agree. Let's not let this slide.
Absolutely. We need to stay vigilant.
I'm a bit stressed out just thinking about the consequences.
You shouldn't ignore the possibility that the council might foment more trouble.
That sounds great as a rallying point.
Let's clean this up together, step by step.
I'm in. Let's grab a coffee next week to plan.
Conversation 12. The Park Naming Dispute.
I'm really happy about this turnout. The plebiscite on the park name was a testament to community involvement.
Yes, but the nomenclature has caused quite a feud. Some want Serenity Grove, others Oak Hill.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that. The Oak Hill group insists it's a precursor to Lobel history, but I'm not convinced by that.
I'm learning to let things go, but the bombastic claims from both sides are tiring. We need to meet the deadline for the sign order.
I feel down today, seeing how acerbic the debate became. Can't we just wager a coin flip?
That would pamper the laggard voices. Instead, we should ascertain the original name, before the developers came.
The name Untrodden Path was proposed initially, but it didn't pass. The resilience of the community is admirable, though.
I'll catch up with you later, but first, let's plan this step by step. Can we admonish the more vocal members to be civil?
It's nice to meet you both here. I've finished my work on the survey results. The deity reference in Serenity Grove appeals to many.
Actually, the term deity is too religious for some. I think we need a compromise.
I've finished my work too. The local council wants a decision by Friday.
Let's plan this step by step. First, we list pros and cons. Then we hold a final vote.
I'm not convinced by that approach. Too many delays.
We need to meet the deadline, but also achieve serenity in the outcome.
I feel down today, but your resilience gives me hope.
I'm really happy about this progress. Let's table the untrodden name and move forward.
I'll catch up with you later. Good discussion.
Conversation 13. The Tech Mogul Biopic.
Have you seen the new biopic about the tech mogul? I heard it's quite histrionic in places.
Yes, I watched it last night. The lead actor's performance was over the top, but the radiance of the cinematography was stunning.
I'm not so sure. The budget was exorbitant, yet the script felt mediocre. How did that happen?
Well, the director is a known maverick. He often ignores conventional wisdom.
That's a truism, but it doesn't excuse the superfluous subplot.
If I were you, I'd focus on the bilateral conflict between the two founders. That was the core.
I wish I could stay longer to discuss, but I have a meeting. Let's allocate resources properly for our own project later.
Keep in touch. We need to decide on our marketing strategy.
I have no qualm about cutting the budget for our campaign, but we should avoid any enmity with the stakeholders.
Do you have pets? Sorry, random thought. I'm just burnt out from work.
Not at all. The building was destroyed, metaphorically. Our morale, I mean.
That's a fallacy. Our team is strong. The only omen I see is the rise of a subversive competitor.
Semantics aside, we need to act. The steward of our department should lead the response.
Morose as you are, I think you're right.
We should look at the bigger picture. This film's message is actually about corporate responsibility.
I'll check back later after the board meeting.
Good idea. Let's reconvene then.
Agreed.
Conversation 14. Neighborhood Art Festival Planning. I've been meaning to reach out to you both about the art festival planning. We should prioritize what matters most: community engagement.
To be honest, I'm not sure we have the resources. Last year's rain was an anomaly, but we still lost money.
I'm really into this. I've been reflecting on that lately. Maybe we need to truncate the schedule to cut costs.
You might want to rethink that. Truncating too much could hurt attendance. In common parlance, we'd call that a trim, not a cut.
Your plan to skip insurance is sheer foolhardiness. We need more pragmatism, Alex.
I abjure my earlier suggestion about the parade. That was a mistake. But we have, inter alia, the issue of access.
How old are you, Bernie? You sound like a grumpy old man. Things happen. We can handle setbacks with fortitude.
My age is irrelevant, but I do notice a certain mannerism of yours. You always wave your hands when excited.
That's just my way. Anyway, the old Mrs. Jenkins is the oracle of local history. She can help with the Enclave story.
Good idea. Her garrulous nature might be a problem, but she knows everyone. We need a bulwark against the city's new zoning.
I heard the previous treasurer might abscond with the remaining funds. Is that true?
No, that's just fodder for gossip. He resigned for personal reasons. Let's agree to disagree on that rumor.
I've been meaning to ask, what's the zenith of the festival? The concert at sunset, right?
Yes, that's the peak. And we'll have a bonfire after. I'll see you later at the meeting.
Wait. We haven't resolved the budget. Let's agree to disagree? No, we need to decide. You might want to rethink the bonfire. Fire hazard.
To be honest, the bonfire is traditional. We can't abjure tradition.
All right. Let's prioritize safety. We'll have a small fire. I've been meaning to reach out to the fire department anyway.
Fine. Just remember, things happen. But with careful planning, we'll succeed.
And with a bit of foolhardiness, too. Just kidding. I'm really into this project.
Good. I'll see you later with the permits. Let's agree to disagree on the parade. But everything else is set. Conversation 15. The Community Jamboree Standoff.
That was quite a meeting. The standoff between the residents and the committee was intense. I regret not taking action sooner to address their concerns.
I know. The dissent was palpable, but I think some of the complaints were egregious. Calling the planned jamboree a noise nuisance seems over the top.
Actually, I can see their point. The fervor for the event is admirable, but we need a clear demarcation between the party area and the quiet zone.
Exactly. I've been sedulous in planning the layout. I'll be focusing on this task to ensure everyone is happy.
Are you for real? You're trying to mollify everyone. That mercenary event planner we hired only cares about the budget.
Yes, his attitude is purely mercenary, but we can refute his arguments if we present the facts. The deliverance of a peaceful solution is our goal.
I feel a sense of purpose here. I'm planning to expand my skills in conflict resolution. That's life. You learn from these clashes.
Speaking of clashes, did you see the stowaway cat that snuck into the hall? It was innocuous, but it caused uproarious laughter.
Oh, I'll check it out later. For now, I need to renounce any involvement in the noise complaints. I'm finding my way to a compromise.
I'm in a good mood despite the tension. Let me handle the pallbearer role. I'll take care of it and carry the burden of organizing.
Pallbearer? That's a bit morbid. But if you're willing, I'll support you. Still, I think we should refute the planner's claim that we need more funding.
I already have a counterargument. The egregious overruns he proposed are unacceptable. I'll present a revised budget tomorrow.
Good. I'll help you with the figures. My fervor for this project hasn't waned.
And I'll mollify the residents by offering a quieter zone. That should settle the standoff.
That would be a great gesture. It might even win over the dissenters.
Excellent. That's life. Teamwork makes it work. I regret not taking action sooner, but now we're on track.
Indeed. I'll check it out. The cat, I mean. But first, let's finalize the demarcation lines.
Perfect. I'm feeling more optimistic. Let's proceed.
Conversation 16. Confronting a changed friend.
Have you noticed how Sam has changed since he became that tech magnate? He used to be so placid, but now he's constantly on edge.
Absolutely. His fanaticism for work is exhausting. And his new friends are so pretentious. The sycophancy around him is unbearable.
I'm starting to think you're right. He's become a pretender, always trying to impress others. Last week, he threw a tantrum when his assistant made a minor error.
That's exactly what I mean. I was watching TV when you called about it, and I could hardly believe it.
Could you give me a hand? I think we need to talk to him, try to alleviate his stress. Maybe some introspection would help him.
If it works for you, I'm okay with it, but he might be maudlin if we bring up his old self. His reactions are equivocal lately.
Makes sense. We could discuss his belief in reincarnation. He used to be so open-minded. That might calm him down.
Possibly. His painstaking work ethic is admirable. But the mendacious stories he tells about his success are worrying. I'm hungry. Let's grab lunch and plan.
Good idea. Let's set it up. I'll get in touch with you later to confirm.
It's likely to happen soon, given his current state. He's inundated with meeting requests, which doesn't help.
Hit the nail on the head. His acquiescence to those sycophants is dangerous.
We'll need to approach him carefully. I'm glad you're willing to help.
Of course. Let's hope he listens.
Conversation 17. The mural in the gallery.
Hey, let's pick up where we left off yesterday. You were telling me about that new gallery opening on Elm Street. What are you up to right now?
I'm working now, actually. But I can talk for a few minutes. Yes, the opening is tonight. They have this massive mural that's causing quite a ruckus.
A ruckus? Over a painting? That's partly true, but I think it's more about the artist's reputation. He had a major indiscretion a few years ago, plagiarism allegations.
Really? I'm feeling a bit off today, so I missed that news. Was the allegation a ruse to undermine his prowess?
No, it was genuine. The problem is the dichotomy between his public image and his past actions. Some people think he's impervious to criticism, but that's not the case.
Indeed, and his latest work explores the universality of human suffering, which adds poignancy to the debate. I'm feeling motivated to see it, despite the controversy.
I need directions. Where exactly is the gallery? The route looks convoluted on the map.
It's on the corner of 5th and Main. But be careful, the street is treacherous with construction work. Don't mess it up and take a wrong turn.
The onset of the cold weather is also making the pavements slippery. I went yesterday and nearly fell. The guard wouldn't give me admittance until I showed ID.
That's strict. But I suppose they're protecting the work. The more you practice looking at art, the better you get at understanding it, right? Still, the artist's naivety about public relations seems insurmountable.
Perhaps. But the mural itself is stunning. The colors and the ardor in the brushstrokes are undeniable. This tastes amazing? No, wrong context. But the visual impact is like a meal for the soul.
Let's go together tonight, then. We can discuss it properly.
Agreed. Just don't let me get lost.
Conversation 18. Planning the Summer Solstice Festival.
I'd like to propose a solstice festival in the old park. It's the quintessence of community spirit.
I haven't finished yet. The park's topography is challenging, and the valuation of the event seems inflated.
From my perspective, this makes sense. It's a microcosm of what we can achieve together.
You shouldn't doubt yourself too much, but I can see where you're coming from. However, I fear dissension among the council members.
If things go well, we'll expand next year. We must avoid any charlatan who might exploit the event.
Time flies. We only have until the solstice. The vanguard of local artists is eager to perform.
But have you considered the weather? The solstice can be unpredictable.
That's a good point. We'll have a backup plan.
The topography of the park includes a steep hill. That might affect the stage setup.
I worry about attracting a rabble that could cause trouble. We need to wield our planning carefully.
I don't want to yoke the volunteers with too much responsibility. Let's keep it manageable.
The vivacity of the dancers will bring life to the festival. But isn't there a risk of rashness in our timeline?
I need more time to assess the budget. The iniquitous pricing from some vendors is a red flag.
Let's not forget the dynasty of families who've organized this for decades. They expect continuity.
Your plan sounds like pure utopianism to me, but I admire the ambition.
It depends on how you look at it. Perhaps a little idealism is necessary.
I'll probably take a break soon to recharge. This is a lot of work.
Let's stay in touch. We'll reconvene next week.
Agreed. Let's finalize with a clear valuation and a realistic schedule.
I appreciate your input. Let's make this solstice festival memorable.
Absolutely. I'll start contacting the vanguard of musicians tomorrow.
Conversation 19. A heated discussion on charity memorabilia.
I'm exhausted. I've just spent the entire afternoon sorting through my uncle's manor after he passed away. The place is a time capsule.
That sounds monumental. Did you find anything interesting?
Mountains of memorabilia. Concert tickets, old sports programs, signed photographs. But the condition of some of it is deplorable. Damp and mildew have destroyed the sheen on most of the posters.
It's a shame. Still, you can sell it. Some collectors are zealous about that kind of thing.
I wish I could go back in time and tell him to store it properly. But that's a futile thought. The real problem is the family. My cousin is adamant that he wants to keep everything.
Why? It's just gathering dust.
He claims it's about preserving history, but I suspect it's pure nostalgia, or worse, a kind of indoctrination from my uncle's generation. He won't even consider selling a single quadrant of the collection.
If you try, you'll succeed in convincing him. Just present a logical case.
I'll take it one step at a time. I've already priced a few pieces online. The movie that we watched about old auction houses gave me some ideas. But his attitude is so jaundiced, he thinks every dealer is a crook.
That's a bit of an obscenity, to be honest. Not all dealers are dishonest.
Exactly. And I want to use the money to atone for my uncle's neglect. He always meant to donate to the local youth club, but never did.
That's a noble goal. Does your cousin know about this plan?
No, and I'm afraid he'll conjure some sob story about keeping the family legacy. He's an indomitable negotiator when he wants to be.
If it weren't for you, I'd be lost in all this family drama. How can you even think clearly?
I'm trying not to forsake my principles, but part of me just wants to walk away.
Don't give up yet. I'll look into this further for you. There might be a local museum that would buy the whole quadrant of regional sports memorabilia.
We were talking yesterday, and I almost agreed to his terms. But later I discovered the machination behind his insistence. He wants to use the collection as collateral for a bad business loan.
That's low. So you're not backing down?
Absolutely not. We should catch up soon after this is resolved. I'll need a drink.
I'm over the moon that you're standing your ground. Keep me posted.
Conversation 20. The Street Fair Aftermath.
Did you go to the street fair last weekend? I heard it was chaotic.
I did. Honestly, the whole experience was execrable. The food was terrible, and then a melee broke out near the main stage.
Seriously? I was planning to go, but something came up. What happened?
Well, I was there too. I gingerly made my way through the crowd after the fight started. I had to scrutinize every step to avoid getting knocked over.
The reason why I left early was that I felt unsafe. The organizers should have done more to quell the disorder.
That sounds like a conflagration waiting to happen. I've been thinking about how poorly managed these events are.
If I keep trying to attend these fairs, I'll improve my patience. But this one was a ruination of a nice afternoon.
I used to enjoy street fairs, but now I'm more cautious. There's a predilection for chaos when alcohol is involved.
You might want to think again about going to the next one. But did anyone get hurt?
Fortunately, the police showed clemency and didn't arrest anyone, just dispersed the crowd. But the whole thing felt like a fleeting moment of madness.
I'm proud of how far I've come in staying calm during such events. I didn't panic.
I regret wasting time in the past defending these fairs. Now I see them as potential malfeasance by the organizers.
Let's evaluate the results. The fair was a disaster, but at least some good came from it. The local newspaper wrote an article to debunk the myth that these events are safe.
That's something I've been thinking about. The article gave a panorama of the failures, from the execrable food to the lack of security.
I'm still figuring it out whether to trust any future events. But your story helps vindicate my decision to stay home.
Well, at least we had a bit of jocularity afterwards when we joked about the absurdity.
True. Now who wants to find a quiet oasis away from all this?
That sounds perfect. I need to gingerly step away from this topic too.
Agreed. Let's head to that cafe on the corner. It's a true oasis.
I'll scrutinize the menu carefully this time. No more execrable food.
And if we see any hint of a melee, we'll leave immediately.
The reason why I like that cafe is because it's peaceful.
Conversation 21. Planning a charity gala.
Can I ask you something? I'm not sure about the rationale for choosing this venue.
I was sleeping earlier when the committee decided, so I missed the discussion.
I'm not convinced it's the best choice.
Let's take a different approach. Perhaps we should review the genesis of this idea.
The genesis was that we wanted a more accessible location, but the opacity of the selection process bothers me.
If this continues, we'll need a solution. The recent transgression of the budget limits is a clear manifestation of poor planning.
I appreciate your support, but I'm becoming more self-aware about how gullible I've been. The former coordinator was a benevolent figure, but his successor is rather perfidious.
A warlord mentality? That seems harsh.
Not entirely. He's been dilatory in returning calls, and his rationale for changes is perfunctory at best.
The ascendancy of this new group feels like a bastion of the bourgeoisie. We need to ensure the event remains inclusive.
Well, let's catch up sometime soon after the meeting. I'll have figured it out by then.
I'm going to start tomorrow with a revised budget. The providence of finding a sponsor was unexpected.
Good. And perhaps we can be less indulgent with expenses.
I think that's wise. The previous coordinator was too indulgent with his own preferences.
His perfunctory attitude led to many mistakes. We need a clear rationale for every decision.
And let's not forget his dilatory responses to sponsors. It nearly lost us a major donor.
That donor's providence saved us, but we should not rely on luck.
Exactly. The ascendancy of this new committee must be a bastion of integrity.
I agree. I'm going to start tomorrow on the new proposal. Let's catch up again next week.
Sounds good. By then, I'll have figured out the venue details.
I appreciate your support. If this continues smoothly, we'll be ready by June.
Conversation 22. The controversial report.
Have you read Alex's latest report on the project's early years? I feel like I'm making progress through it, but something seems off.
I'm not sure if that's true. Alex's proclivity for revisionism always makes me doubt the probity of the claims.
That's a bit of a stretch. Alex is punctilious, even if industrious. But the stricture in the footnotes is unusually harsh.
Exactly. It's a paradox. Such meticulous detail, yet the central argument is weak. It confounds me.
Where are you going with this? Do you think Alex deliberately altered the narrative?
Not deliberately, but the vitriolic language in the conclusion seems to persecute earlier researchers. It's heinous to dismiss their work so bluntly.
I'm planning to take a break before tackling the revisions. Let's simplify the process by discussing it with Alex tomorrow.
Good idea. I'll be working on this tomorrow so I can prepare some pointed questions. The desolation I felt after reading it was real.
You know what I mean? It's like dealing with an infallible persona, but flawed reasoning.
Yes. Perhaps we can approach with alacrity and finesse to resolve the issue. The issue was resolved quickly last time we gave constructive feedback.
That's a bit of a stretch. Last time it took weeks, but I'm craving something sweet to take the edge off. Coffee later?
Sure. First, I think it would be prudent to compare Alex's sources with the original documents. That might clear up the confusion.
Agreed. And we need to be careful not to make Alex feel attacked. The last thing we want is to escalate a minor disagreement.
True. But if the report contains heinous distortions, we have a responsibility.
Let's not jump to conclusions. I'm still not convinced that the probity is compromised.
Fair enough. But the paradox of Alex's meticulousness and the sloppy conclusions remains.
I wonder if Alex's industrious nature actually hinders objectivity sometimes.
Possibly, but his punctiliousness could also be an asset if channeled correctly.
Let's hope tomorrow's meeting clarifies things. I'm ready to head out now.
Same here. I'll see you in the morning.
Conversation 23. The Festival Fund Dilemma.
Let's set things up properly before we discuss the budget. The system will be upgraded next month, but we have to deal with the current shortfall now.
I was just about to say that. The figures don't add up. There's a growing unease among the committee members.
You must be joking. Are you implying someone tried to embezzle funds? That's a serious accusation.
I'm not joking. The treasurer's report is dubious. Several withdrawals marked as miscellaneous.
And the quintet we hired for the gala never received payment. The organizer claimed she had already left town, but I have my doubts.
She told me she had already left, but I saw her car at the palatial house on Elm Street.
That's vanity for you. She wanted a grand venue, but the cost was exigent.
We need to analyze this properly. If funds were misused, it could be seen as seditious against the community's trust.
Let's not get dramatic. Maybe it's just poor accounting. I feel more grounded when we have clear receipts.
I need some rest after this mess. But first, we must decide whether to liquidate some assets to cover the gap.
That works for me, but we also need to address the cacophony of complaints from volunteers.
And what about the poet laureate? She threatened vengeance if her honorarium is delayed.
Abdicate responsibility? Not an option. We'll have to handle this without resorting to sainthood. No one here is a saint.
Speaking of recondite knowledge, the polyglot translator might have insight into the foreign donor's intentions.
Let's hang out sometime after this crisis is resolved. For now, let's set a meeting with the board.
That sounds good. But first we need to finalize the report. I feel more grounded when everything is documented.
Absolutely. By the way, the polyglot also mentioned some recondite clauses in the donor agreement. We need to analyze this further.
I'll call the lawyer tomorrow. For now, I need some rest too.
Then, let's adjourn. But remember, we cannot abdicate our duty.
Agreed. Let's set things up properly for the next meeting.
Conversation 24. The Office Retreat Dilemma.
I've been studying all day, and I still can't get my head around this team-building proposal. The entire thing feels like corporate pomp with no substance.
Fair enough. But I think this is the best option we have to boost morale. The zeitgeist of modern workplaces is all about collaboration, and this retreat addresses that directly.
That's insane. You're suggesting we cajole people into participating with freebies? That's just a placebo for deeper issues.
She is talking on the phone with the vendor right now, but I agree with C. The undertone of your plan seems to subvert genuine team bonding.
As far as I can tell, it's working for other departments. Their renown for teamwork has grown since they started these retreats.
Pomp aside, the boorish behavior of some managers will permeate any event if we don't address it directly. I'm learning to be patient, but this is pushing it. We're chasing a nirvana that doesn't exist.
Let's calm down first. The induction process for new hires is separate, but the retreat could be a throwback to simpler team activities.
I had already left the last retreat early because it felt like waiting for a messiah to solve all our problems. Nobody was amenable to change.
The results have been documented from last year's survey, a whirlwind of complaints about forced fun. The predominance of that feedback speaks volumes.
I think this is the best option for now, but we need to strip the pomp and focus on genuine connection.
Fair enough. Let's revise the agenda to avoid boorish activities. I'm learning to be patient with the process.
As far as I can tell, it's working if we keep it simple. No more placebo solutions.
Conversation 25. A Community Arts Festival Discussion.
I've just been thinking about you, Blake. Did you read that article in the local paper about the arts festival?
I did. That satirist really took a swing at the organizers, didn't he? I nearly took umbrage at his description of the event as a hackneyed display.
I'm not surprised. He's known for being pompous, but his critique did highlight some latent issues we should address.
Let's focus on the main objective, which is to ameliorate the festival for next year. The provenance of the art pieces was questioned, which I think is unfair.
True. But he also called the whole thing a cornucopia of mediocrity. That stung. I've been meaning to call you, Casey, to ask if you've spoken to the organizers.
I have. They're not going to dawdle on this. They're planning a meeting to discuss stewardship of the community space.
I hope we don't waver on our commitment. If I had given up, I wouldn't be here pushing for change.
That's fair. But I worry that the constant criticism might enervate the volunteers.
Meanwhile, the event's vernacular, that blend of local dialects and styles, was actually celebrated by many. That's something to build on.
Indeed, and the number of new artists has begun to burgeon since the festival. We need to harness that energy.
The issue is being addressed, but we need to avoid a perjurer-like slander. The article was full of exaggerations.
I think the satirist is just besotted with his own wit. He probably didn't mean to cause such a stir.
Let's move forward. I'll be working tonight on a proposal for next year. What do you do for a living? I mean, you both have day jobs, but can you help?
I teach, so evenings are free. I can contribute ideas.
I'm a designer. I can help with layout. I need to think this through before committing.
Great. Let's focus on the main objective, a more inclusive festival that grows naturally.
Absolutely. And we should make sure the satirist's piece doesn't discourage newcomers. Their talent is burgeoning.
I agree. Perhaps we can invite that satirist to the next planning meeting. He might have some useful ideas if he drops the pompous tone.
That could be risky, but worth a try. I'll draft a letter.
Conversation 26. Theater Critique.
Hey, how's your day so far? You look exhausted.
I'm not feeling great today. The seminar was rigorous.
Sorry to hear. Did you catch the play last night? They were waiting for you at the theater.
No, I missed it. I regret not taking that opportunity.
You missed a real polemic. The script attacked modern politics.
I thought the connection to our epoch was tenuous, though.
Really? The reviews praised the maestro's direction.
Yes, but his unpretentious set was overshadowed by tawdry lighting.
And the lead soliloquy was lugubrious. He almost put me to sleep.
That's a good one. So it wasn't a jubilee.
Not at all. The heavy dialogue seemed to beleaguer the actors.
Still, the versatility of the supporting cast saved it. She played 3 roles.
I understand how you feel about missing it, but at least I saved money.
Can you review this? I mean, your critique would be fair.
Maybe later. I'm thinking of changing careers. Theater is stagnant.
It is what it is. No use being sarcastic.
I'll be there in a bit. Need to check my schedule first.
Sure. And don't take my sarcasm personally. It's just a bad day.
Let's commiserate over coffee.
Sounds good. I'll bring a token of appreciation. Maybe some cookies.
That would be nice. See you in a few minutes.
Conversation 27. Upgrading the neighborhood.
I'm heading out now to the community board meeting. Are you coming?
I'm about to leave now, yes. I heard the developers team will present their final proposal. There's a strong chance this will work if they address the lingering concerns.
I hope so. The area has been in a mire of squalor for years. It's not just poor infrastructure. The petty crime and the presence of a known trafficker have left an indelible mark on the local reputation.
Sorry, did I miss much? I ran into Mrs. Chen. She was asking about accreditation for the new community center. She told me she believed in herself, that she could manage it, but she's worried about red tape.
Not yet. We're about to go in. If it gets worse, call me. But honestly, I'm tired of the tedious debates. Last time, that loquacious counselor from Ward 3 started a monologue about environmental reviews that lasted 20 minutes.
He does tend to pontificate. You need more tact when you respond to him, or you'll antagonize him and set everything back.
True. But let's face it, the problem is endemic. We have a homogeneous planning committee that doesn't reflect the community. If I stay focused, I'll succeed in pushing for diverse representation. But It's a tribulation every step of the way.
Any progress on the proposed moratorium on new construction until the infrastructure catches up.
They're discussing it. The shard of hope is that the mayor herself showed interest. Trust the process. We might actually get a vote tonight.
Right. Let's wrap it up here and head inside. If it rains, I'll stay home next time. But tonight, I'm committed.
They said they'd be there soon, so the meeting should start on time.
Conversation 28. Wildlife documentary discussion.
I watched that wildlife documentary last night. That changed my perspective on predator-prey dynamics.
Oh, the one about the savannah? I saw it too. The chronology of events was fascinating.
Yes, exactly. The way they showed how animals cache food for lean times, it's like a survival strategy.
I found the segment on the lioness particularly moving. She was so reverent when caring for her cubs.
Reverent? I'd say she was more nonchalant, almost indifferent until danger appeared.
That's an interesting take. But if I were you, I wouldn't underestimate maternal instinct. It obviates any need for direct intervention.
The lioness didn't deign to acknowledge the camera crew. She was entirely focused.
Indeed. The documentary also highlighted how humans often transgress into animal habitats. That's a real problem.
And poachers shackle the animals with crude traps.
You should trust yourself more, Jamie. Your analysis is spot on. The post-mortem of the HUD scene was brutal, but educational.
Can you help me for a moment? I'm trying to recall the term for the food storage behavior. Was it a cache?
Yes, a cache. They also showed how some animals relegate weaker members to the outskirts.
The reason why I stayed up to watch was simple. I wanted to understand how they find sustenance during droughts.
That segment was tranquil, with slow-motion shots of a herd drinking.
But then the predator arrived. The tension obliterated any sense of peace.
They said they would never give up hunting, even when exhausted. It's a harsh reality.
Take it easy, Alex. It's just nature. The documentary's title was The Tombstone of the Savannah, which felt a bit dramatic.
I'm starting to understand why you find it profound. The zoology aspects are brilliantly explained.
What do you think about this? Should humans intervene to protect endangered species?
If I were you, I wouldn't advocate for heavy intervention. Nature has its own balance.
I had finished reading a book on this before the documentary aired, so I had context.
The perpetrator of habitat loss is often our own demand for resources.
Indeed, it's a sobering thought, but we can discuss more later.
Conversation 29. The play reading debrief.
That smells good. Is that fresh coffee? I needed this after that intense reading.
Absolutely. I'm relieved we finally finished the play. The playwright's style was dense.
I see your point, but I found it fascinating. The way he depicted the sovereign's moral struggle.
I'm thinking of staying home tomorrow to write my review. There's a lot to unpack.
We should track our progress on the next book, but first, can we discuss the historical verification? Some details seemed off.
Arguably, the playwright took liberties. But does that affect the sanctity of the story? I think not.
I wish I had more experience with restoration drama. It would help me judge the accuracy.
The play included an injunction against the king, a clear anachronism, but it served the narrative.
The character of the minister was a non-entity until the final act. Then he emerged to advise the sovereign.
His epitaph in the play, "Here lies one who served the fray," was poignant. It reminded me of real historical figures.
The protagonist's deliberation before the final battle was astute. He knew the pitfall of rushing.
The Duke vanquished his enemies, but at what cost? The playwright shows no sufficiency of justice.
I've learned a lot from that experience of reading it aloud. The language comes alive.
The reward for victory was not commensurate with the sacrifice. That theme resonates today.
They said They would call later to decide the next meeting date, but I think we have sufficiency of material for discussion.
I enjoyed talking with you both. I need to go, but I'll call you later if I think of more points.
I'm relieved we had this deliberation. It clarified my thoughts. However, we must give precedence to our next selection. Do you have any suggestions?
I think the playwright's earlier work might be a good choice, though it has its own pitfall of being too long.
That's true. Well, I'm off. Good night.
Conversation 30. The loophole debate.
Did you see the uproar about Nexacorp's tax scheme? It's all over the news.
Yes, I've been following it. The loophole they used is technically legal, but morally devious.
Actually, I think it's ludicrous that they'd risk their reputation for a few million.
This is urgent. If regulators don't close that loophole, other firms will follow.
I'm still thinking about it. The CEO's brinkmanship with the tax authorities seems reckless.
He tends to exude confidence, but I wonder if he's just trying to obfuscate the real issue.
The company's volatility in stock price is reminiscent of the 2008 crisis.
Let's narrow it down. The core axiom is that tax avoidance is not illegal, but isn't ethical.
I feel much better now that I know the government plans to investigate.
Have you ever seen such a blatant harangue from the CEO? He gave a speech full of zeal, but ignored the facts.
He didn't heed the warnings from his own legal team.
I'm proud of myself for not investing in that company.
The place where they held the board meeting was allegedly a secret location.
That sounds like treason against shareholders' interests, if you ask me.
Let's go over it again. The mystique around their tax strategy is just a cover for greed.
I'm feeling a bit under the weather after reading all this nonsense.
Their attempt to subjugate smaller competitors is alarming.
Their devious strategy might backfire, though.
I hope so. The public outcry is growing.
This reminds me of the axiom that power tends to corrupt.
Conversation 31. A question of perspective.
Thanks for your time, Anna. I know you're busy, so I'll keep this brief.
Not at all. Let me see. You wanted to discuss the proposal for the new marketing campaign, right?
I'd like to add something before we begin, if that's okay. He told me he was worried about the target audience's reaction to the initial visuals.
Let's define the scope, then. Specifically, are we talking about the print ads or the online component?
Both, I think. But I have to be honest, something feels off here. The client's feedback has been, well, a bit brusque lately, and their suggestions feel somewhat austere.
I agree. They rejected the vibrant color palette completely. It feels like a wanton disregard for the creative team's effort.
I see things differently now, after reviewing their corporate genealogy. Their founder was famously irascible, and that strict, minimal aesthetic is a core part of their brand's identity.
That's a good point. But their recent tone has been almost deceitful. They nod along in meetings, then we find out later they've already commissioned another agency for similar work.
Really? That explains the lack of spontaneity in our last brainstorming session. Everyone was holding back.
We need to forestall any further misunderstandings. I'd recommend giving it a shot with a revised, more toned-down proposal.
Drive safe when you head to the meeting tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed today, to be honest. The pace has been exhausting.
Same here. The project has been delayed intermittently because of these changing demands. It's draining the luster right out of the work.
Well, the proposal has been approved by the legal team, so that's one hurdle cleared. But without proper ballast, like a clear timeline, the whole thing could collapse.
Should we vituperate the client for their behavior? Probably not, but I'd like to.
Let's not go there. The last thing we need is to become a tribune for our frustrations. We just need to push through this halcyon moment and get the job done.
Exactly. And if their feedback remains supine, lacking any real direction, we'll need a more direct conversation.
Right. My visceral reaction is to just walk away, but I know that's not professional.
Don't worry. We'll find a way.
Thanks for your time, both of you. Let's reconvene tomorrow, after I see how they respond.
Conversation 32. Wine and woe.
Jordan, have you heard from Sam? He's late.
He texted me, he's running a little late.
Fair enough. I've been waiting to hear about his wine venture.
I can't quite explain why, but I had a bad feeling about it.
Sorry, folks. I'm here now.
Sam, what happened? You look awful.
How should I put it? It was a fiasco.
Spill the beans.
Well, I thought being a wine connoisseur was my true vocation.
That seemed like a perfect fit. What went wrong?
The new import tariff was brutal, and then the repeal of the trade agreement made our costs untenable.
That sounds serious. What was the ramification?
We lost our main supplier. The delays did hamper every sale.
I feel a deep sense of contrition. I wish I'd warned you earlier.
Don't blame yourself. My partner was the archetype of a reckless optimist.
That's a strong claim. Could you elucidate?
He used a simile. He said chasing profit was like chasing a mirage.
That didn't preclude the disaster, did it?
No. In fact, a testimonial from a top chef gave us false hope.
At least you approached it with verve.
I did. But if everything goes as planned, we'll succeed. It didn't.
So what now? I'll drop everything and help you find a new direction.
Thanks. I've been learning from my mistakes.
Will you stay in the wine business?
No, I'll probably change my job.
That's wise. The new business plan will be monitored carefully next time.
Yes, and I'm glad the liquidation project has been completed successfully.
That's true. At least one thing went right. Conversation 33. The Cartography Project.
I'm thinking about moving abroad after we wrap up this mapping project. This sojourn in the city has worn me out.
Really? I thought you loved urban cartography. The new district maps we're designing are quite challenging.
They are, but the constant interference from the planning committee feels like a tyranny of pointless rules. Every detail must be pedantic, down to the last street lamp icon.
I wouldn't call it tyranny. A judicious approach to precision is necessary. Without it, the maps would be useless.
You sound like a pedant sometimes, C. I mean, do we really need 12 shades of gray for residential zones?
Actually, I agree with C on this one. The product is being tested right now, and if the users can't distinguish the zones, we'll have failed. We need to set clear goals for each layer.
Fine, but I had a premonition that this meeting would go nowhere. The lack of progress is palpable.
Don't be so dramatic. We can still turn this around. If I believe in myself, I can do it. And so can you.
Exactly. The guy who helped me with the color scheme last week was awesome. She'd already left by the time I thanked her, but her system is brilliant.
That's a relief. But my dismay grows every time I see the budget. The committee requested a retraction of our original proposal without explanation.
A retraction? That's typical. They always herald big changes and then backtrack. We need to stay calm. Cultivate equanimity.
I'll back this up with data. The original proposal was sound. I'll have completed the cost-benefit analysis by tomorrow.
All right. And who is culpable for the confusion about the district boundaries? That mistake cost us 2 weeks.
Honestly, I think the error was on my end. I misread an old survey.
Well, at least you admit it. That's adroit and refreshing. The quaint old maps we inherited were full of inaccuracies anyway.
True. But our new digital versions are far superior. I'll wait for you here after the meeting if you want to review the changes.
Thanks. I'll take you up on that. And maybe this sojourn won't be so bad after all, if we can stop the squadron of bureaucrats from interfering.
A squadron?
That's a strong word, but I suppose it fits.
Conversation 34. Discussing a suffragette documentary.
That documentary about the suffragette movement was quite eye-opening. I really appreciate it when filmmakers avoid unnecessary obfuscation of historical facts.
I agree, but some parts felt like a tirade against modern society. The director's rebuke of current apathy seemed a bit harsh.
I'm struggling to stay focused during the long speeches. The constant hysteria portrayed in the protests was overwhelming.
You should give it a try to see beyond the dramatic scenes. The mindset that you build about activism matters.
I'm leaning towards that option. I think the film's message is altruistic, but the way they'll disseminate information could be improved.
Let's break it down. What about the scene where she upbraids the politician? That felt like a personal grievance.
That was a powerful moment. The politician's fallacious arguments were exposed. I recall a watchdog group mentioned how they used a quartet of experts to counter the misinformation.
But the film didn't cover the repatriation of suffragette exiles. That seems like a gap.
I was timorous during the scene where they faced the wilderness of political opposition. It's not my cup of tea to watch such conflict.
Keep going, no matter what. That's the lesson. I'll make up my mind later about supporting that new movement.
If I had known the full history, I would have helped organize a screening.
The havoc caused by misinformation is still relevant today. The documentary's use of a suffragette diary was compelling.
Yes, and the way they showed the watchdog organization's role was crucial. I really appreciate that detail.
I agree. Let's see if we can find a quartet of speakers to discuss this further.
I think I need a break. The constant rebuke of modern society tires me.
You should give it a try to engage. It's not that hard.
I'm struggling to stay focused as well, but I appreciate the effort.
All right, let's wrap up. The mindset that you build from such films matters for future activism.
Conversation 35. Art Exposition Controversy.
I heard the exposition at the City Pavilion is finally opening next week.
Yes, but I'm worried the initial enthusiasm will wane quickly. The whole thing feels a bit quixotic.
That's debatable. The ethos behind it is to challenge conventional art, even if some pieces are irreverent.
I suppose, but the acrimony among the artists has been a saga in itself. They said they were ready to collaborate, but now there's tension.
Are you sure about that? I thought they resolved their differences.
Hardly. The brevity of the planning period didn't help. I beseech you to reconsider promoting it.
That must be hard, but I feel a sense of accomplishment from organizing it. The pavilion itself is pristine.
The venue is pristine, but some of the art? One piece tries to muffle political critique with irony, and the artist's panache is questionable.
I couldn't have said it better about the irony, but that's part of the point. The credulous public might not get it.
Exactly. And the folly of ignoring the sacrosanct traditions of our community is risky.
If you're free, we can hang out and discuss this more. I'll follow up on this with the committee.
I've known him since childhood, the lead artist, and he's always been stubborn. I've already eaten my fill of his antics.
That's debatable. He had a clear vision.
Let's agree to disagree.
Conversation 36. The future of the book club.
I've been coming to this book club for years, but lately attendance has started to dwindle. It's a pennant we might not sustain.
That's not entirely accurate. Last month we had 12 people, which is actually an improvement. Still, I'm worried about the paucity of new members.
It seems reasonable to assume that our choice of novels is to blame. We keep picking dense, philosophical works that feel nebulous to most readers.
I wish I knew the answer. Perhaps we need a more tractable author, someone whose ideas are easier to discuss without feeling overwhelmed.
Let's build on that idea. But we shouldn't languish in safe choices. A good club challenges its members.
I'm susceptible to that view, yet I see the risk of driving people away. The inexorable decline in engagement is real.
We could mitigate that by alternating heavy and light reads. Our repertoire needs variety, not a single tone.
That's a solid compromise. However, I'd caution against becoming an iconoclast for the sake of trendiness. Not every classic must be rejected.
True. I suggest we vote on next month's book with a tentative shortlist first. Let's see what the underling opinions are. The quieter members often have good ideas.
I wish I had started gathering feedback earlier. Now it's late in the month.
You must have forgotten the survey I sent last week. Responses were surprisingly detachment. Few people cared.
That's discouraging. Maybe we need a more active role for the group. I'd propose a rotating apostle system, where each member champions a book.
That could work, but it's a tenet of our club that we avoid hierarchy.
Let's test it for one season. If we don't, we'll languish in the same cycle.
Agreed. What are your hobbies, by the way? Maybe we can tie book selection to personal interests.
I'm into photography and hiking, but I wouldn't want to force that into every discussion.
Stay safe out there. That idea might be too broad. Let's finalize a shortlist next week.
Fine. I'll prepare a tentative list by then.
Conversation 37. The procurement fiasco.
How's everything going? I heard you were involved in the new procurement process.
Yes, it's been quite a foray into corporate bureaucracy. The relentless drudgery of filing requisitions is wearing me down.
I knew it. That's exactly why I warned you to keep your expectations low. The whole thing is a travesty of efficiency.
I'll finish it soon, but the tumult from the announcement hasn't settled yet.
Let's take this into account. The edict from headquarters was inflammatory, and it sparked a lot of anger.
I had been studying the manual before the rollout, but even I couldn't anticipate the quack our team hired as a consultant.
The guy who helped me was very kind, but he made a few errors. Actually, he would often err on the side of caution.
Facetious as it may sound, I think we should have a catharsis session. Just vent everything out.
That's not a bad idea. My dalliance with the project is over now. I'm just glad to be done.
Hit me up later if you want to discuss further. I'll walk you through the system's quirks.
If you need help, just let me know. The exultation of finally completing it will be worth it.
I'm not so sure. The whole thing felt like a masquerade of competence. No one really knew what they were doing.
The trilogy of meetings we had was exhausting. At least the task has been completed.
Yes, the requisition for new equipment finally went through.
I hope they don't issue another edict anytime soon.
I'm just looking forward to some peace. That's enough for today.
Conversation 38. The charity shop dispute.
What have you been up to this weekend? I saw you were sorting through boxes earlier.
Oh, just clearing out my flat. I found this old trinket my grandmother gave me years ago. She told me she had finished her collection of them when she was young.
That's a nice little thing. But are you planning to donate it? Your flat is already full of clutter.
I thought the same. It's not really my style. Too much ostentation for my taste.
I know, but I feel some allegiance to it. She bestowed it on me with such care.
You don't have to worry about offending her memory. She'd probably prefer someone actually enjoyed it.
That's true. The person who called you last week, the charity shop manager, she said they take everything.
Let's lay this out clearly. You want to get rid of it, but you feel guilty. That's the nexus of the problem.
Exactly. It's not a priority right now, but it's still nagging at me.
Honestly, it's a piece of cake to drop it off. I'll turn it off my conscience list once it's gone.
But is there any hidden value? Sometimes those enigmatic little objects are worth something.
I doubt it. It's been sitting in a squalid corner of my cupboard for years.
Don't cast aspersion on her taste, though. She had a certain style.
I'm not. I just think we should augment our thinking. Why not sell it online? You could use the money.
That's a daunting idea. I'm meeting him, a dealer, later today to take a look.
A dealer? That sounds like a discordant plan. You'll get lowballed.
He was very pithy on the phone, said he'd give me a fair price.
Well, I hope his valor in making quick decisions holds up. My advice? Don't tether yourself to this thing. Let it go.
Fine. I'll take it to the shop tomorrow. The levity of this whole discussion is making me laugh.
Good. Now that the tension has started to abate, shall we get coffee?
Conversation 39. Reviewing the project report.
Anna.
Ben.
Clara.
Ben, did you finish reading the draft report?
Yes. I got through it last night. I have to say I'm a bit concerned.
What's the gist? Give me the short version before we dive into details.
The core argument is that our outreach strategy failed because of budget cuts, but the evidence they cite is flimsy at best.
Flimsy? In what way?
They blame low turnout on a lack of funding, but they ignore our own inertia in planning. We didn't follow up on leads. That's not a budget issue.
You must take responsibility for that part, then. Your team handled the follow-up calls.
I know, and I'm not trying to whitewash anything, but the report itself feels like a facile explanation. Too simple.
I agree. The writer's susceptibility to blaming external factors is obvious.
That never crossed my mind. I thought it was a fairly balanced summation of the project.
You're kidding. Did you read the section on our community pageant? They called it a success, but we spent a profligate amount on decorations that nobody appreciated.
And they praised the coordinator fulsomely, which felt hollow.
I'm lost. I thought the coordinator did a good job.
She did, but she also let a malcontent on the team stir up trouble. Nobody wanted to address it.
You might want to check again the chapter about conflict resolution. It claims we handled it with temperance, but we actually swept it under the rug.
Exactly. They even tried to purge any mention of the malevolent remarks that were made.
So what's your plan?
I'm weighing my options. We could rewrite the whole thing, or just add a note about the missing context.
I'm emotionally drained just thinking about it. This was supposed to be a simple review.
What did you do yesterday to avoid this?
I spent hours comparing data. That tome of raw numbers is still on my desk.
I'll sort it out. Let me talk to the report's author tomorrow.
I'm grateful you're taking the lead. But please don't just reciprocate their cheerfulness. Be honest.
I will. And thank you both for your honesty.
Let me know if you need a second pair of eyes.
Conversation 40. The charity hike dispute.
So, Blake, I've reviewed Casey's route proposal for the charity hike. That leads me to believe it's true that he copied large sections from last year's event guide.
I'm not ready to decide yet, but the accusation of plagiarism is serious. It could cause a real schism in the committee.
Wait, you're accusing me of plagiarism? That's an invidious claim. I adopted the route, not stole it. The original author gave me permission.
Permission? That sounds like a convenient story. You're trying to acquit yourself too easily, and you reneged on your promise to create an original tract for the event.
Let's align on this first. Casey, do you have written proof of that permission?
Not on me, but I can get it. However, this whole subversion of trust is damaging. You're questioning my gravitas as a planner.
Gravitas comes from honest work, not whimsy. Your route goes through a narrow ravine and a dangerous crevasse. Those are an impediment to a safe hike.
I'll think it through. But I had already figured out that the crevasse is avoidable with a small detour. The problem has been solved.
If you truly believe I acted with impunity, then there's no point. I'll walk away. I prefer solitary planning rather than this toxic edifice of suspicion.
The ball is in your court, Casey. Show us the permission, or we'll have to vote you out.
Fine. I'll have reached my goal of restoring my reputation by tomorrow. Never give up standing for the truth.
I'm fine with that. Let's postpone the decision until then. If the old route guide had been written by a local seer, we might have avoided this mess altogether.
Conversation 41. The controversial match.
Long time no see. How was the final?
It was tense. I didn't sleep well afterwards.
Why? What happened?
The umpire made a shocking call. It's already gained infamy.
I'm on my way to the cafe now, but tell me more.
The player became sullen and obstinate. He refused to shake hands.
That's rare. Once in a blue moon you see such rebellion.
Exactly. The crowd was enthralled, but I abhor that kind of drama.
I wish I had made a different choice and attended, instead of working.
You could have done better? Perhaps, but the match itself was paltry.
What about the umpire's prerogative? Could he have reversed?
He could have, but he tried to quash the debate immediately.
Long time no see. Sorry I'm late. I have been working on it all day. The video analysis.
Welcome. We're discussing the final. What's your take?
The player's servility earlier in the tournament contrasted with his outburst. He's now litigious.
Yes, he's threatening to sue. The media are acting like voyeurs.
If anything happens, call me. I know a good lawyer.
We should seriously consider this. The decision has been finalized, but it's unfair.
Don't denigrate the umpire too much. He was just following protocol.
I still think the player was thwarted by a bad call.
Your pessimism is justified, but let's not forget the sport's integrity.
All that paraphernalia, rackets, banners, became part of the protest.
True. Anyway, I need to go. Remember, if anything happens, call me.
Conversation 42. The Community Garden Proposal.
I've just been working all day on the proposal for the new community garden, and I feel like giving up. The council keeps adding more restrictions. They've suggested a veto on any vegetable plots that aren't aesthetically uniform. It's utterly whimsical. They want everything to match, like a museum exhibit.
That sounds frustrating, but you shouldn't worry too much about their initial demands. We need to think outside the box.
I respectfully disagree. If we accept this condescension now, they'll assume we'll tolerate anything. We must maintain some sense of propriety in our negotiations.
Precisely. They treat us like a youngster who can't make sound decisions. The salient point is that this land has been a tundra of neglect for years, and we're the ones planning to revitalize it.
Then let's come up with new ideas. Could we propose a design where each plot has a border of matching plants, but the interior is free?
That's a start. But we also need to surmount their indifference to community feedback. They haven't responded to a single email.
I just got home from another meeting where they implied we're indolent for not accepting their generous terms. It's a reproach disguised as cooperation.
I'll be there soon for the next planning session. I've been diligently researching how other neighborhoods challenged municipal hegemony on public space.
Good. And we should remember that emancipation from restrictive bureaucracy requires patience. Don't let them hoard the decision-making power.
You should have told me earlier about your research, C. It might have changed my approach last week.
I only found the documents yesterday. But I think we can use this to shift the mantle of responsibility back to the council for their lack of vision.
Let's prepare a counter-proposal by Friday. If we stay united, we'll turn this whimsical demand into a compromise.
I'm planning to travel next year to visit other community gardens for inspiration. All right, I'll try not to feel like giving up. Your support helped.
Conversation 43. The Charity Gala Debate.
I feel nervous about tomorrow's board meeting. The proposal for the annual gala still feels insipid, doesn't it?
Let's break this apart. What's the core issue? The theme or the budget?
Both, honestly. The budget is a pittance for what they want to achieve, and the theme feels like a repudiation of our usual values. Too much velvet and not enough substance.
That doesn't add up. We agreed to focus on local fauna and environmental education, but now marketing wants a luxury showcase. It's pure materialism under a fancy name.
I'd say our compatriot in the marketing team has a penchant for hyperbole. He calls it the salvation of our brand, but I call it a pillage of our mission.
I'll give it some thought. But we need a more inclusive approach that appeals to thrift-minded donors too.
Exactly. The board is intransigent on keeping costs down, so a velvet-clad gala won't fly unless we adapt.
I've been making steady progress on a compromise, a supple structure that blends education with elegance. I had been thinking about it for a while, even before the pushback.
I'll let you know tomorrow if I can support it. Right now, I'm excited about the possibility. But we need a stronghold of practical ideas.
Fine. I'll sort this out later with the marketing team, if you both agree on the core shift.
I'm about to make a decision, but I want one more day to reflect on the fauna-focused alternatives.
That sounds fair. Let's meet again Thursday.
Conversation 44. The sprawl debate.
Hey, have you read the pundit's piece on the city's new development plan? I'm trying to stay motivated, but it's all so frustrating.
No way. I saw it. The whole idea of urban sprawl is just being pushed through without proper debate.
What's the deal with the council's decision to approve that huge housing project? They seem opportunistic, capitalizing on the current housing crisis.
Exactly. And they've tried to exonerate themselves by saying it'll create jobs, but I can't discern any real benefit for the community.
I think we're missing something. The culprit might be the planning committee's lack of foresight. It's not just one person.
What's up with that? They're acting as if the land forfeiture was a done deal, but the environmental impact hasn't been assessed.
I'm not into that kind of thing, rushing development without considering the consequences. The area was quiescent for decades. Now, suddenly, it's a construction zone.
I'm full of energy today. But this news makes me feel lethargic. The ubiquity of such projects is depressing.
Indeed. The proposal includes a sequestration of public space for private use. They want to endow the developer with too much control.
And there's a hint of vindictiveness from the mayor after the council rejected his previous plan. This feels like retaliation.
I balk at the idea that this is for the common good. It's clearly just another profit-driven scheme.
Let me know when you're free to discuss this further. I'll have completed everything by then, so we can talk.
I'll see how things go. But I worry the public is too malleable to these arguments.
That affectation of concern from the developers is just a facade. They only care about profit.
True. And the media isn't helping. They just parrot the official line without questioning it.
I wonder if there's any way to push back against this.
Perhaps small local groups could make a difference, but they lack resources.
That's the challenge. Anyway, I need to get going. Let's meet up later and dig deeper into this.
Sounds good. I'll message you.
Conversation 45. A new dining experience.
Have you tried that new restaurant, the Green Citadel? I have some apprehension about the whole concept, though.
Oh, I went last week. It's fantastic. The place where we met was beautiful. An old warehouse turned into an idyllic garden setting.
I'm feeling overwhelmed just reading the menu. So many esoteric ingredients. What did you order?
I was in a quandary too. But I chose the herbivore platter. It's all plant-based. The chef really knows how to substantiate the claims of flavor.
That makes sense in a way. But I worry about the diminution of traditional cooking. Is it all artifice?
I don't think so. The decor is ingenuous, very simple, no pretension. There's a wistfulness in the old photos on the wall. It's a paradigm shift in dining.
I wish I had believed in myself more before dismissing it. Maybe I should go.
You might discover something new. I'll be waiting here for your review. Let's schedule a call after you go.
Well, I'm trying to figure this out. The restaurant got an accolade from a food critic. That helped me grow in appreciation.
Yes, the critic was impartial. She gave it a crucible test, and it passed.
There was an intimation from the owner that they'll expand. It's a citadel of plant-based cuisine.
Okay, I'm convinced. I'll go this weekend.
Great. Let me know if you need any recommendations.
Thanks. I will.
Conversation 46. The garden party that went wrong.
Is everything okay? You look quite upset.
I'm not really sure how to put this, but I've just had a dreadful experience at the community garden meeting.
Oh dear. What happened?
Someone tried to usurp the role of our longtime coordinator, Mrs. Bellamy. A newcomer, Mr. Drake, stood up and began to berate her publicly for the way she's managed the planting schedule.
That sounds unpleasant. I see your point, but I disagree that it's a serious matter. Maybe he just had some strong opinions.
No, it went further than that. He accused her of some wickedness, claiming she'd deliberately sabotaged his plot. But it's a complete farce. Everyone knows he just wants conquest over the central bed for his garish sunflowers.
Exactly. To make matters worse, he insisted that his subordination to her was an aberration, and that his own incumbency as a retired botanist should be paramount in all decisions.
I'd call that a clear attempt to usurp authority. And he did this at the perimeter of her garden, where she tends to her exquisite roses.
I had a feeling something like this would happen. He's a bit of a recluse, but when he does appear, he always tries to surpass everyone else's contributions.
His behavior was truly deleterious to the group's morale. I felt quite indignant on Mrs. Bellamy's behalf. And then he turned to me and said, "Where are you from?" as if I had no right to be there.
I've come to realize that some people just want to stir up trouble. Well, you live and learn. The community will see through this, I'm sure.
I'm about to start a new project, a shared herb patch, and I worry he'll interfere there too.
It's worth giving it a try despite him. Mrs. Bellamy said she'd support us.
I suppose so. I'm glad we had this conversation. I feel a bit better now.
Me too. Let's see how things develop.
Conversation 47. A disagreement at the charity gala.
I've just arrived, and I already feel a bit out of place. This hall is resplendent, but the preamble to the speeches feels like it's dragging on.
I suppose that's true, but the chairperson is known for her moral rectitude. She's not an ideologue, she just believes in setting the right tone. I don't think that's a good idea. Wait, no, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a good idea to change what she does.
Really? To my consternation, I find her opening remarks nearly incomprehensible. All this talk about sanctuary for the wealthy while ignoring the real issues of penury and social stratification. If you change your mind, tell me. I'm planning to start a walkout in protest.
A walkout? That's a bit drastic. I'll bring it up in the meeting later, but staging an escapade like that feels unthinkable at a charity event.
I wish I could change the outcome of that decision, but I agree with A. The idea of a walkout is not a good one. The charity's work on ingrained poverty has real vitality.
Vitality? Please. This event is a sanctuary for rascals who polish their reputations with donations. The advent of true change requires disruption, not decorum.
That's worth thinking about, but I'd prefer a constructive debate. I'll be seeing him later, the director, and I'll suggest a follow-up discussion.
I'll be traveling this time tomorrow, so I won't be there. But I suppose that's true. At least you're trying to engage.
Fine. I won't cause a scene now, but if you change your mind, tell me. The cost of this charity's complacency is incomprehensible.
Conversation 48. A new coffee prototype.
Basically, this new prototype from Titan Coffee is revolutionary. Their reputation, well, their repute, is built on innovation.
I've never tried that before, but I've heard they fabricate claims about their roasting process.
Come to think of it, the founder is a reclusive figure who was a disciple of an old master. His invocation of traditional methods is well known.
That's open to interpretation. The pungent aroma of the latest batch is impressive, but the denouement of the tasting event was confusing.
Mortifying. I attended that event and the machine broke down. The rapacity of the investors was obvious. They pushed for profit over quality.
Don't be disingenuous. The results have been analyzed by independent labs, and the elusive perfect crema was achieved.
I'm satisfied with that evidence. but I still ponder the long-term effects. What about the founder's senility? He's nearly 90.
That's a harsh remark. The habits that you form define you, and his decades of experience cannot be dismissed.
Can you show me the way to the new refinery they built? I have a meeting at 10, but I'd like to see it.
Sure. Let's figure this out together.
Great. I'll drive.
I'll check the map.
We should also bring a notebook.
Good idea.
I'm curious about the warranty.
I think they offer a full refund.
That's what I heard too.
Then, I'm willing to give it a chance.
Perfect. Let's go then.
I'll grab my coat.
Me too.
All right. See you in a minute.
Conversation 49. Community garden renovation.
What's going on? You look like you've been wrestling with a colossus of paperwork.
Just finalizing the grant proposal for the garden renovation. The council's parsimony is a real deterrent. They barely allocate funds.
I overheard you. It's just a patch of flora. Why all this fuss? We need to be realistic. Most people only care about the ephemeral blooms, not the long-term plan.
That's where you're wrong. A garden can be a singularity in a concrete neighborhood. Something truly special. I had already made up my mind to see this through, even before the hiatus.
Exactly, and we have a potential benefactor who loves the idea. She's a purveyor of organic seeds, and she'll donate if we do the labor.
You sound like a simpleton if you think one donation will cover everything. What about the extraneous costs? Tools, irrigation? Your nonchalance about money worries me.
I'll be waiting for your help later, but for now let's focus. We should consider all possibilities. Crowdfunding, volunteer days, maybe a small fee for plot rentals.
I'm almost done with the budget. Let's pick it up tomorrow after I finalize the numbers. And we can discuss how to deter vandalism. The old fence is useless.
You're an inveterate optimist, but at least you're succinct. I still feel a repugnance for the whole scheme, but I'll keep moving forward if you prove it works.
I'm feeling under the weather, but let's do this again sometime. Maybe after the first planting. I promise, this garden will be immortal in the community's memory.
Conversation 50. Planning the community garden.
The consortium has approved the budget, but we still lack a clear strategy. What about the volunteer schedule?
That's a good question. I've been trying to coordinate, but the waywardness of some volunteers is a problem. They show up late or not at all.
Their temperament might be the issue. Some are passionate, others indifferent. We need a trenchant approach to motivate them.
I totally agree. We should test this first, a short trial run with a small group. If they're resilient, we scale up.
Give me a second. Let me check the sign-up sheet. I had been waiting for the list when you arrived, actually.
What happened there? Did you get it?
Yes. She said she would help with the planting, but then she didn't. I decry that kind of infidelity, especially after she promised.
Fidelity is a mainstay of any community project. Without it, we lack stamina. But we also need a good strategist.
I'll be focusing on what matters, building a core team. We need a strategist who can inspire loyalty, not just a stopgap.
I feel confident we can find one. There's a retired teacher who is a natural strategist. Her candor is refreshing.
Indeed, her lexicon of gardening terms is impressive. She knows every adage about perennials and soil preparation.
Let's invite her to the next meeting. I'll call you when I arrive at the site tomorrow.
Perfect. And we must remain impassive when critics decry our methods. The garden will prove them wrong.
That's the spirit. Have you considered using more resilient plant varieties, like lavender or rosemary?
Good point. They require less maintenance and can handle the indifferent weather we often get.
The adage, right plant, right place, applies here. We should also ensure the soil is well drained.
I've been reading about a local consortium that supplies drought-tolerant species. They might help.
Let's contact them. I feel confident we can make this garden a success.
I'll draft a proposal and share it with you both.
Great. Let's reconvene next week.
I'll bring some samples of the plants we discussed.
That's a good idea. I'll also prepare a list of volunteers who are resilient.
Perfect. See you then.
See you. Conversation 51. Repairing a weathered mosaic.
It's been a while since we last spoke. How are you coping with the community center project?
Honestly, it's been a mess. The mosaic in the entrance hall is in terrible shape. This is too complicated. We've had a ponderous debate about whether to restore or replace it.
I remember that mosaic. That really made me think the first time I saw it. All those disparate pieces of glass, somehow forming a single image.
What's the argument about? It sounds like an internecine conflict within the committee.
Exactly. Half the members want to preserve it as an artisan piece. The other half argue the whole design is a pervert of the original symbolism. It was meant to show harmony, but the colors have faded into something lackluster.
I regret not calling earlier. I could have helped mediate. So what's the solution?
We need to think long-term. If we restore it, will the velocity of the building's foot traffic cause further damage?
That's a valid point. The turmoil over this has been reprehensible. Personal attacks have started in meetings. Last week we had an altercation about a single broken stanza of tiles near the door. And the restorer? She said she was on her way, but she never showed up.
Has any kudos been given to the restorers for their effort?
None. And issues of negligence keep accruing. Nobody cleaned the glass properly for years. Without a proper preservation right, the damage will only worsen.
I didn't used to like modern mosaics, but this one has grown on me. You should take a break from this stress, though. Let's talk tomorrow.
Don't back out now. We can fix this. I'll see you around after the next meeting.
Conversation 52. Community meeting.
Let's get straight to the point. The new resident in 3B is causing a detriment to the whole building.
Are you joking? I thought he was just a bit loud.
No, it's more than that. His licentious parties go on until dawn. The warden has done nothing.
Did you get my message? I emailed the warden last week.
Yes, and his reply had a quaver in his voice, but he gave us no real leeway.
I'm starting to understand. This is turning into a debacle.
Exactly. We need statesmanship to resolve it without eviction.
I agree, but the warden's strident approach made the situation worse.
Perhaps we should let the expatriate committee handle it. Mr. Chen, the expatriate from Germany, has great acumen for diplomacy.
I'll definitely consider that option. But there's also the bequest Mrs. Higgins left for the garden. We can't let that be wasted.
The gardener, Mrs. Patel, is prolific. She'd be perfect to manage the bequest, but she's sedentary lately due to health.
If things don't improve, we'll take action. I suggest we call a meeting with a lectern for speakers.
Let's sort this through properly. Who will chair?
I'll probably stay home and draft a proposal. But we need someone with aplomb to face him.
You could try something else. Ask the warden to attend.
Let's make a data-driven decision. Let's survey residents.
Good. I'll speak with Mr. Chen. He's enthralled to no one, very objective.
And if the survey shows the resident is harming the community, we'll have grounds.
Good point, see? We'll present the survey results at the meeting.
I'll bring my tablet to show the data. Let's also invite the warden.
Hopefully his voice won't quaver this time. He needs to show more aplomb.
Indeed. And if the resident refuses to tone down, we'll have no leeway left.
Are you joking? He might even escalate.
Let's not worry prematurely. Let's sort this through properly, step by step.
The bequest gives us funds to hire a mediator, if needed.
That's a good idea. I'll propose it at the meeting.
Fine. I'll stay home and prepare the documentation.
Let's make a data-driven decision on the mediator too.
Conversation 53. The committee meeting.
I'm beginning to realize that this committee is reaching a complete stalemate. Every proposal gets shot down before anyone can even consider it.
That's not entirely wrong. But I think the real problem is the tenor of the debate. People are so solicitous about their own pet projects that no one listens.
I'd argue it's worse than that. It feels like an autocracy where one or two voices dominate. We need to revoke that unspoken rule and let everyone speak.
You know, the idea that we discussed last week about rotating the chair, that might break the deadlock. I'm in a great mood today because I actually think it could work.
I'm not so optimistic. The barrage of complaints we got last time was exhausting. And frankly, the ineptitude of the current leadership is staggering.
I have to disagree. It's not ineptitude. It's a deliberate strategy. They won't relinquish control easily. That's the entropy of the system. It resists change.
The city where I was born had a similar problem with local government. It took a fortuitous resignation to break the cycle. Maybe we need a forerunner, someone new, to shake things up.
I'd be disinterested in that role myself. I just want the committee to function. But the constant intrusive interruptions make real discussion impossible, and the whole process feels languid.
Exactly. I feel bereft of any real progress. The timbre of the meetings has become so confrontational.
I'll probably go later and draft a proposal for the rotation system. It's hard to say if it'll pass, but we have to try. I need to catch up on the minutes from last month first.
Well, good luck. Break a leg with that draft. I'll see you when I see you.
Let's hope we can turn this around. The idea that we discussed is powerful. We just need the courage to implement it.
Conversation 54. The Editorial Office.
How are you doing today, Marcus? You look lost in thought.
I'm fine. Just caught in a reverie about the last piece I wrote. How have you been recently?
Busy. My new protege arrived this morning, and I'm already concerned. They said they were tired before the first meeting even started.
That raises an interesting point. Is the workload really that heavy, or is it a case of poor time management?
I'd say it's a mixture. But if I were you, I wouldn't judge their mettle so quickly. They need a proper stint to adjust.
You must stay consistent with your expectations if you want them to improve. This isn't efficient.
I'm disappointed. A little vacillation in the beginning is normal. The real test is how they handle the turpitude of office politics later on.
True. But I am the arbiter of their progress here, and the work is being reviewed today. I need facts, not poetry.
Poetry? That witticism was barely a compliment. Anyway, their metamorphosis from intern to contributor will take time. The goals that you set shape your future, after all.
Exactly. And the pinnacle is not reached by rushing. Remember the alchemy of a good editorial process. It's about transformation, not pressure.
I see your point, but if they can't handle a short stint without complaint, I wonder if they'll abet the team or become a torment.
Let's wait. The inequity of judging too soon is a trap we should avoid. Besides, the vogue for immediate excellence often overlooks potential.
I'm disappointed. Have we lost our dispassionate outlook? Let's give the protege a chance.
Fine. I'll hold my judgment until after the review.
Conversation 55. Budget and vendor feedback.
I just got the expense report back. We need to submit reimbursement forms by Friday.
I'm trying to stay positive, but the finance department is making it difficult. They rejected my hotel claim.
What are you talking about? They approved mine without issue.
I ran into a problem with the taxi receipts. They said it was gratuitous because we could have used the shuttle.
That seems unfair. At that juncture, the shuttle wasn't running.
I acquiesced to their policy, but I'm feeling restive about it.
We need a clear direction from management. Let's move on to the next item, the vendor feedback.
The vendor rep was a xenophobe, making rude comments about international participants.
That's vulgarity. Did you report it?
I tried, but my inclination was to avoid conflict. I'm not intrepid like you.
Just give me a minute. I have the contact for HR. It might be a good idea to try this approach.
I'll definitely try it. But first, I need a wry smile to cope.
Your stoicism is admirable. But don't be too impetuous. We need a measured response.
I'll have finished the report by next week. For posterity, we should document everything.
Just text me when you arrive at the meeting tomorrow.
I'll abstain from further comment until we have facts.
Your petulant tone isn't helping.
Let's focus. We can handle this with utmost professionalism.
Agreed. Let's move on.
Conversation 56. The fundraising campaign.
I'm planning to launch a fundraising campaign for the local library. The city wants to curtail its funding, and I think that's a terrible idea.
That does sound concerning. If I were in your position, I'd focus on getting the community involved first. How does that sound to you?
It worked out well when we did something similar for the school. But the library board is quite pugnacious. They'll rebuff any suggestion that isn't their own.
I had already considered that possibility. The board chair seems to flout every reasonable request. It's as if he enjoys a hedonistic sense of control.
That's pure conjecture on your part. We need evidence, not assumptions. The system is being reviewed for transparency, after all.
I wish I had studied more about nonprofit governance before this. The delineation between roles is tortuous when everyone has an opinion.
If I had known earlier, I would have acted differently. But the board's entourage of advisors is so large that no one takes responsibility.
You could try approaching the mayor instead. She has an impeccable record for supporting community projects.
True. But the mayor's last statement seemed to malign our efforts. It felt like a personal attack.
Let's meet at the entrance of the town hall tomorrow. We can discuss how to elicit her support without being confrontational.
Good idea. A direct approach often works. Though I do wonder about her omniscience. Does she really understand the library's value?
The cosmos of local politics is vast. We need a clear strategy, not a typhoon of complaints.
The hallmark of this campaign will be persistence. Let's stay focused.
Agreed. I'll prepare a concise proposal. No more tortuous arguments.
Perfect. Let's meet at the entrance at 9.
Conversation 57. The Wharf Development Debate.
Have you seen the latest proposal for the new wharf?
I have. It feels like a pretext for luxury apartments. I'm starting to feel uneasy about it.
I think it could spur economic growth. The synergy with the old market would be fantastic.
I wish I had more time today to examine the full report. But I heard some powerful people covet that land.
That's just gossip. The lead developer is quite affable when you meet him.
I wouldn't impugn his character, but the portent of rising property taxes is ominous.
You're always so querulous. Let's carry this forward and find common ground.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm planning to start a neighborhood coalition on this issue.
Great. If I keep learning about city planning, I'll grow as a volunteer.
The council has given us some latitude to suggest changes.
But consider the repercussion. A facsimile of this project in the next town caused major traffic problems.
I'm starting to feel at ease now that we're talking it through.
I'm not on cloud 9 yet. There's still an enigma about the funding source.
I've heard the investor uses intimidation against dissenting voices. That worries me.
Well, I'll have done my research by the public hearing next week.
He told me he'd call the counselor later, but I doubt anything will change.
Let's not act like yokels and dismiss the idea outright. The reason why I support it is simple. Jobs.
I understand, but I wish I had more time today to verify the data.
We can set up another meeting. Let's carry this forward with both perspectives.
Agreed. I'm starting to feel better about our approach.
Conversation 58. Art Exhibition Aftermath.
That was quite an experience. The sheer grandeur of the main hall left me speechless.
Absolutely. Though I found the eclectic mix of styles a bit jarring at first. One room had Baroque, the next was pure minimalism.
I think that contrast was deliberate. It gave the whole show an energy that felt mutable, not immutable.
I'm not so sure. The loud colors made me feel quite fretful after a while. I needed some solitude just to reset.
I had already considered that option before we even entered the cafe. That's exactly what I was thinking. A quiet corner to discuss what we saw.
Let's identify the problem first. You're saying the emotional impact was too scattered?
Not scattered, just heavy. There was a subtlety to some of the smaller works that got lost in the fuss. The big pieces screamed for attention.
And you saw that as a flaw? I thought the vigor of the large canvases was a boon. They did garner a real reaction from the crowd.
Let's slow down a bit. I'd argue the real impetus behind the exhibition was to challenge our comfort zones. That's why it worked.
Perhaps. But I saw a hint of bigotry in how some historical pieces were curated. Only a few canonical names were given that grandeur of space.
I'll write it down. That's a worthwhile observation. And what about the film installation? That was pure salacious gossip, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say that. It was more about the attrition of privacy in modern fame. The subject's trajectory from obscurity to obsession.
There was no unanimity in the audience reactions, that's for sure. Half walked out during that room.
I'll bring it up later with the museum director. He asked for feedback. I need to get my notebook from the car. I'll be right back.
While you're gone, I'll get us some water. It worked out well that we had that quiet break.
It was great seeing you both today. Despite my complaints, I'm glad we came.
Returns. Got it. Let's call it a day soon. But first, I want your honest take on one more piece.
Ask away. Though I warn you, my only real objection was the subtle gluttony of the artist's signature on every piece. It felt needy.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Conversation 59. The film debate.
I wish I had studied harder for that film class. Now I can't even tell if this movie is meant as a parody or a serious homage.
I'm not in the mood for that kind of analysis. It's clearly a misnomer. They call it a thriller, but it's more of a comedy.
Got it. But the opening montage was brilliant. It really set the tone.
I need to speed things up. We have to decide whether to stay or leave. The prognosis for the second half isn't great.
I'm worried. The acting is so over the top that it might belie the director's intentions.
That's an understatement. The lead actor's performance is a total parody of classic noir.
I feel like trying something new. Maybe we should just switch to that documentary.
I couldn't agree more. But wait, did you see the horoscope in the lobby? It said I'd have a lucky day.
That's just a ploy to sell more snacks. Your prudence suggests otherwise.
I feel more in control now. Let's look up reviews online. I'll look it up.
The decision was made yesterday to give this film a 2-star rating. That should be substantiation enough.
Still, I have some indignation about the wasted time. The film's only vestige of quality is the soundtrack.
And the director's decision to embellish the script made it worse. He didn't have the wherewithal to execute his vision.
His situation is truly unenviable. But I sense a deep despondency in the main character that the critics missed.
Maybe we should leave. I'm not in the mood for this anymore.
I agree. The film's promise didn't live up to its potential.
That's another understatement. But at least we have the wherewithal to grab coffee instead.
Got it. Coffee sounds perfect.
Conversation 60. The controversial play.
Did you catch that new play at the community theater? I heard it's quite an amalgamation of styles.
Yes, I went opening night. The pageantry was impressive, but the theatricality felt overdone.
I saw that too. Now that you mention it, I found the second act a bit unruly. The actor seemed to lose focus.
That's interesting. I read a review by a local tipster who actually vilified the director, calling it a display of depravity.
Well, I think that's harsh. Every artist has a foible, but the overall message wasn't that bleak.
I'm kind of confused about the ending. What's the point of that abrupt volley of accusations?
I think it was meant to provoke ire. The director wanted a reaction.
If I were in your position, I'd wait for the talkback session next week. They plan to address all the criticism.
Don't give up on the play just yet. Maybe you need to see it again.
I'll think it over. But I did buy a memento from the gift shop, a small prop.
That's a nice keepsake. You could try again with a fresh perspective.
The precipitous decline in ticket sales after that bad review is worrying, though.
My solicitor friend says the theater might sue the critic for defamation if things escalate.
That seems excessive. What's the yardstick for art criticism anyway? It's subjective.
Indeed, the exigency of the situation is that they need more funding. The play is expensive.
I'm becoming more confident that the controversy will actually boost attendance.
The system is being updated for online streaming, so maybe that'll help.
I'm used to waking up early for rehearsals, but this debate has kept me up.
Let's see what happens. It's unfathomable how one review can cause such a stir.
True, but we can talk more later. I have to go.
Conversation 61. Community garden troubles.
I've been trying to fix this issue with the community garden project for weeks. The soil is like quicksand, completely unusable.
Let's find a solution. But first, we need better coordination among the volunteers.
The workmanship on the raised beds was subpar. I regret saying that, but it's true.
We need a better plan. The original design was too dogmatic. No room for adaptation.
You know what I'm saying? A utopia isn't realistic. Let's keep it simple.
The place where we stored the tools was a mess. I had been waiting for a long time for someone to clean it.
I'll turn things around. We need stringent rules for tool maintenance.
And forbearance from everyone. Patience is key.
Your scathing comment about the volunteers was impertinent.
I regret saying that. But the lack of observance of safety rules worries me.
Sagacious advice would be to focus on rectification now.
Yes, the garden's current state is far from immaculate, but with perseverance, we can fix it.
Let's not treat the scattered problems like an archipelago. They're connected.
We need better coordination, and perhaps some patronage from local businesses.
The place where we held the planning meeting was amazing. We can use it again.
Your blithe attitude won't help, C. We need serious effort.
Fair enough. I'll turn things around with a new schedule.
Let's find a solution together. I'll lead the cleanup.
I had been waiting for a long time to hear that kind of commitment.
Conversation 62. Settling the estate.
I'm dreading this meeting with the solicitor. The whole process has been so acrimonious. My siblings can't agree on anything.
That doesn't seem right. I thought your father had everything clearly spelled out in his will.
He did, but there's a flagrant disregard for his wishes from my brother Mark. He keeps demanding a larger share, claiming he was the favorite. It's such a transparent euphemism for pure greed.
Sorry I'm late. Traffic was a nightmare. Have you started yet?
Not formally. We're waiting for the solicitor. But Mark is already being fractious. He's threatening to contest everything.
What is the major point of contention?
The cottage. Dad always said he would bequeath it to me, but there's nothing in writing. It's all pending the solicitor's interpretation of the codicil.
I remember Dad saying that. He had a wizened old friend, Uncle Arthur, who stayed there every summer. Dad often repeated the parable about sharing what you have, not hoarding it.
Exactly. But Mark doesn't espouse that philosophy. He's only interested in the monetary value.
Perhaps a conciliatory gesture from you might ease the tension. A reciprocal arrangement, maybe?
I tried. I offered him the lake cabin instead. He laughed. He has the dexterity of a lawyer when it comes to twisting words.
The antecedent to this whole mess was when Dad sold his business. Mark felt he wasn't compensated enough for the years he worked there.
And now we're in a legal limbo, unable to sell or distribute anything until the dispute is resolved.
The solemnity of the occasion seems lost on Mark.
His face is completely inscrutable. I can't tell if he's bluffing or genuinely prepared to go to court.
I suppose we'll find out soon enough. The solicitor is here.
Conversation 63. The team offsite.
Can you help me for a moment? I'm trying to finalize the agenda for the team offsite, and it's turning into a bit of a conundrum.
Of course. What's the issue? I'm full of energy today, so I can tackle anything.
The main problem is the bane of every planning session: conflicting priorities. Marketing wants a boisterous team-building activity, but finance insists on a quiet review of the quarterly results. They see the very idea of a rambunctious event as a specter hanging over our productivity.
I wish I had more experience handling this sort of clash, but I am finding my way. Perhaps we could use a proxy? Let each department nominate a representative to negotiate a compromise.
That's a good thought. But the specter of inadequacy haunts me. I'm not sure I can procure a facilitator on such meager notice.
Don't worry about that. I'll follow up on this. I know a consultant who can handle even the most nefarious of scheduling conflicts. She's anything but glib. She really listens.
That would be a relief. The venom from past disagreements between the two teams makes me entreat you both for patience.
Absolutely. Out of deference to the teams, let's review the results of the last offsite. The remnant of that event was a complete lack of follow-through on action items. That's why this is such a problem.
I agree. Let's carry this forward by ratifying a clear set of priorities now. If we ratify those, I'll have finished the facilitator booking by next week.
Perfect. I'm not in the mood for another failed retreat. The habits that you form define you, and we need to form better planning habits as a group.
Conversation 64. The Garden Rule Dispute.
I've been waiting for hours for the board to release the minutes.
Honestly, the whole situation reflects a deep malaise in our committee.
We need a clear direction. I'm about to make a decision on my own.
Let's identify the problem first. Is it the new rule about planting?
The rule was proposed by a known demagogue who plays on superstition.
That never crossed my mind. I thought it was about aesthetics.
The garden itself is sublime. I've seen the recent upturn in participation.
I deplore the impropriety of rushing the vote. That's a serious infraction.
Based on the data, we should proceed with a trial.
It might be a good idea to try this temporary fence.
I'm perturbed by the malice behind some accusations.
There's even talk of witchcraft, utter anathema.
We should catch up soon to finalize our stance.
I'll map this out for the next meeting.
The consummation of this plan will require cooperation.
I'll bring it up in the meeting next week.
We need an unsullied discussion, free from such nonsense.
The proposal was meant to instigate positive change.
Actually, the structure is prodigious, very elaborate.
Conversation 65. The committee decision.
I'm a bit stressed out. The Culture Committee is tearing itself apart over this event theme.
Tell me about it. I've never seen such a refractory group. Every suggestion gets a counter-suggestion.
Exactly. And Gareth is such a stickler for tradition that he won't even consider a modern approach. He seems to feign interest, but then stonewalls every new idea.
I've noticed that. He practically put me on a pedestal for my oratory last year. But now, he treats my ideas like a pariah.
It is what it is. but we have to decide today. Let's align on this first. Are we doing a historical theme or a contemporary one?
I prefer contemporary. Gareth will definitely oppose it. He keeps trying to de-hoard everyone from anything that breaks his mold.
He accused me of trying to connive with the design team to bypass his approval. The accusation was utterly vile.
He even claimed your suggestion would lead to an uprising among the older members. That's absurd. He's trying to accentuate his own supremacy.
Perhaps we should just give him a token concession, something small he can champion.
I'm learning to trust the process, but this feels like settling. I need to go shopping for props after this, so let's wrap it up.
I'm not feeling great today, so I don't have the energy for a fight, but I refuse to give in to his martyrdom complex.
Look, at the end of the day, the audience wants a good show. They won't care about this sediment of petty squabbling. What they'll remember is the ineffable magic of a truly great performance.
True. I'll be focusing on what matters, the quality of the performances. If we deliver a stunning event, he'll get a standing ovation whether he likes the theme or not.
I'll definitely consider that option as a final pitch. I'll check it out with the venue manager first.
Fine. I'll turn it off for now, my frustration, and move forward, but I'm noting this.
Good. Let's get this done.
Conversation 66. The factory stench.
How are you doing today, everyone? Let's get straight to the point. The stench from the factory has been a scourge for this neighborhood for months.
I agree. The thing is, we've had a litany of complaints, and the smell only gets worse near the thicket behind my house. It's an incongruity, a residential area so close to that industrial vertex.
I understand your perplexity, but I must say, the factory follows all regulations. We have no recourse but to operate as we do.
You might want to check again. Several residents have reported a strange shroud of fog coming from your chimney.
I wish I had made a different choice when I bought this house. I didn't expect this, and my husband, the patriarch of our family, worries about our children's health.
I assure you, there's no duplicity on our part. The smell might be from the wastewater treatment vertex, which we are trying to rectify.
I'll do my best to mediate, but we need action. Your propensity to dismiss complaints doesn't help.
If you don't solve this, don't be surprised if someone decides to retaliate. The siren of a fire truck last week was because a resident called in a false alarm out of frustration.
That was an unwitting mistake, I'm sure. Let's optimize the workflow. I'll send a team to inspect the thicket area tomorrow.
I'll sort it out with the council. I'll call you later with the report.
The city where I grew up had similar issues, and it took years. But I'll be there soon for the inspection if needed.
Very well. I'll do my best to ensure this is fixed.
I appreciate that, but could you give us a specific date? The stench has become unbearable.
I can promise a full inspection by Friday. I'll call you later with the exact time.
I'll be there too. Let's hold a follow-up meeting next week.
And please ensure the team checks the vertex of the drainage pipe.
Yes, that's the source of the stench. We'll rectify that.
I wish I had intervened earlier, but now we are on track.
The thing is, we need to see real change, not just promises.
Understood. No duplicity here.
Good. Then let's close with that.
Conversation 67. The community garden dispute.
I heard the garden expansion has been completed successfully, but the opposition is still vociferous.
Yes, I claim the new rules are totalitarian. They don't condone any deviation from uniformity.
That's a bit obtuse. The garden is meant to exemplify diversity, not uniformity.
Exactly. Their gambit to shut it down failed, but now we have a turbulent situation.
I need to speed things up and get more supporters. If you're free, we can hang out and plan a response.
I wish I could go back in time and address their concerns earlier. That taught me an important lesson.
The thing that matters most is transparency. Their insatiable demand for control taints the whole project.
I'll check it out. The latest proposal for compromise. Maybe we can coalesce around a middle ground.
The wayward remarks from one council member didn't help. He compared our garden to a tornado of chaos.
That's ridiculous. This isn't cosmology. It's just a place to grow food. We've even had a famine of fresh produce in this area.
A journeyman gardener like old Tom could exemplify the benefits.
I'll make up my mind later about the next steps. But first, I'll call you when I arrive at the meeting tonight.
If I believe in myself, I can do it. But I need your support.
Actually, I've heard the opposition plans to hold another protest. Their vociferous noise is exhausting.
But we can counter by showing how the garden helps families. The thing that matters most is community well-being.
I'll check it out. The new flyers we printed, they highlight the journey of a journeyman who started it.
That taught me an important lesson about grassroots organizing.
The wayward opinions will eventually coalesce if we stay patient.
I need to speed things up, though. The next council meeting is soon.
If you're free tomorrow, we can hang out and rehearse our arguments.
I'll make up my mind later about which points to emphasize, but I wish I could go back in time and prevent the initial misunderstanding.
That was a clever gambit from the opposing side, painting us as totalitarian.
They used obtuse reasoning, but we can overcome. The garden's success will exemplify cooperation.
I'll call you when I arrive at the print shop.
Good. Let's wrap up. The project has been completed successfully, but we need to protect it.
Conversation 68. Renovating the community library.
I'm full of energy today. Let's finalize the library renovation plan.
Fair enough. But I'm emotionally drained after dealing with the committee's intransigence. They refuse to allocate more funds.
That's partly true. However, the decision has been finalized regarding the new furniture. We'll have to work with what we have.
I'll sort it out. First, can you give me a synopsis of the current state?
The building is decrepit. The roof leaks, and the shelves are wretched. The plight of the library is obvious.
There's also a dearth of volunteers. Many people are jaded after years of broken promises.
I can fathom that, but we need a clear methodology. Let's start with repairing the roof.
The vagary of weather might delay us, and some board members have a fetish for preserving every old brick, which I find repugnant.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Preservation is fine, but not at the cost of safety.
One member told me he'd call later to discuss the budget. I hope he's more penitent after his recent outburst.
I'll see you when I see you. But we can't spurn practical solutions. The library has become a byword for neglect.
If we need a regent to lead the committee, I'll step in temporarily.
She told me she had finished everything last week, but the report is missing. That's frustrating.
I'll sort it out. Let's check the archives.
He told me he'd call later. Let's wait for his input before we proceed.
I'm emotionally drained just thinking about it, but I'll help.
Fair enough. The decision has been finalized on the timeline. We start next Monday.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Good.
Conversation 69. A difficult budget meeting.
I'm feeling a bit off today. That grueling budget review has really drained me.
I understand. The results have been analyzed, and they're worse than we feared. A significant deviation from our projections.
What do you mean by that? We had a semblance of control just last quarter.
We did, but that was transient. The exchequer is nearly empty after the severance packages we had to pay. It's impracticable to continue like this.
I'm about to leave now, but I want to say this. We can't let this become a quarry for blame. We should look at the bigger picture.
You shouldn't have said that about the severance packages being the main problem.
The seminal issue is the market shift. There's no need for repentance yet, but we do need a clear plan.
That works for me. Let's calm down first. If anything happens, call me. I'll check the figures again tonight.
A proclamation of new policies won't help if we don't have funds. Look at the staff. They're almost emaciated with worry.
I'm proud of myself for keeping the team together this long, but a wisp of hope isn't enough.
Jubilation would be premature. There was no acclamation for our last report.
What we need now is remembrance of our original mission, not more panic.
Fine. I'll draft a new proposal by tomorrow.
Conversation 70. Discussing a documentary on caste.
I regret not calling you earlier about that documentary. It was incredible.
We're kidding. I was just thinking about it. The verisimilitude was astonishing.
I wish I knew the answer to why such segregation persists. The film didn't sugarcoat the vilification of the lower caste.
That's fair. But I felt the director didn't excoriate the system enough.
Let's set things up properly for our discussion. The documentary showed the minutiae of daily life.
I was incredulous when the jurist explained how caste becomes a prerequisite for marriage.
Yes, and the halo around the erstwhile ruling caste is still strong.
I'll have finished by then. Sorry, what were we saying? Oh, the malady of social immobility.
The person who interviewed the activists is waiting to hear our thoughts, but I'm sanguine about change.
This isn't efficient. We need to focus on one theme. Perhaps the fruition of reform?
If you change your mind, tell me. I'm open to discussing the legal aspects.
The project has been completed successfully, at least the documentary. Now we can chastise those who ignore it.
Your jocular comment earlier about the director's bias made me laugh.
I wasn't trying to be jocular. It's a serious issue.
Fair enough, but a little levity helps sometimes.
Indeed. Let's watch the follow-up next week. I'll have finished the reading by then.
The person who recommended the documentary is waiting for our review.
That's fair. We should write a thoughtful one.
If you change your mind about the review's tone, let me know.
I wish I knew the best way to structure it. Let's set up a meeting tomorrow.
That's a good plan.
Conversation 71. Dealing with a difficult boss.
Did you catch how aloof Mr. Thompson was in the meeting? He completely ignored our data.
For an autocrat, he revels in control, but his specious arguments about cost savings were laughable.
The whole presentation was farcical. I've never seen such a blatant disregard for evidence.
The more you practice, the better you get at predicting his moves. But it still feels perilous to speak up.
I feel more in control now that I've stopped taking his profanity personally.
I wish I had more experience dealing with such a recalcitrant manager.
You don't have to worry about the ignominy of being demoted. He needs our skills.
The mindset that you build matters. If you see yourself as a mere minion, you'll always feel powerless.
I see your point, yet every permutation of our suggestions gets dismissed.
It depends on how you look at it. For me, the euphoria of a small victory keeps me going.
I'll definitely consider that option of approaching the board directly.
I've been dealing with this problem for weeks, and my acuity is sharpening.
I'll have completed the report by Friday, so we can present a united front.
Our rudiment of negotiation is solid, but we still vacillate on the final pitch.
Let's not be frivolous about the timing. This is a critical window.
Agreed. The dogged pursuit of a solution is our only way forward.
That's true. We can't afford to be aloof ourselves.
No, let's regroup tomorrow and finalize.
Conversation 72. Planning the Community Cultural Center.
The board meeting ended an hour ago. Let's evaluate the results while they're fresh.
Good idea. The decision was made yesterday to go ahead with the new cultural center, but the funding plan still feels shaky.
Seriously? I thought the city's largesse would cover most of it.
That's the problem. They're cutting back. The disparity between what we need and what they've promised is a real chasm.
We should seriously consider this before we commit further. If I had known about the shortfall earlier, I would have helped negotiate a different deal.
Hit the nail on the head. That taught me an important lesson about trusting initial promises.
Exactly. And the architect's torrid pace has already strained our rapport with the neighborhood committee.
I'll walk you through the timeline. The launch event is set for September, but we still need to inaugurate some key partnerships.
I'll follow up on this with the local business owners. They've been feisty lately about parking concerns.
Their concerns are valid, but one member's invective nearly derailed the whole meeting.
That kind of sophistry doesn't help anyone. We need honest dialogue, not empty rhetoric.
Agreed. And we should dispense with any trite slogans about community spirit and focus on real logistics.
The tableau of a thriving cultural hub is attractive, but its longevity depends on solid maintenance budgets.
Does this situation portend deeper problems with city bureaucracy?
Possibly. The previous project manager was a trailblazer, yet she faced constant pushback on budget dominion.
Well, let's not get bogged down. Drive safe tonight, Carol. You have a long commute.
Thanks. I'll review the notes and send them over.
Perfect. I'll see you both tomorrow.
Conversation 73. The Escarpment Project. I've been reflecting on that lately. The whole plan to build on the escarpment. It feels like a juggernaut we can't stop.
Are you serious right now? The project is a complete turncoat to what the neighborhood used to stand for. They promised green space. I've been meaning to talk to you both about that. The old factory there is defunct, so redevelopment makes sense.
But the escarpment is a natural feature. A multitude of species live there. We need a clear direction for sustainable growth, not this.
I regret not taking that opportunity to speak at the council meeting. Now the developers have circumvented all the environmental reviews. That's a bit of a derogatory way to put it. The gestation period for the project has been long. They did consult experts.
Consulting experts doesn't change the abject failure to address erosion risks. The ground could quiver under heavy rain.
I've been learning from my mistakes in past projects. We need to eschew short-term profits, but calling it nihilism is unfair.
Nihilism? No, it's about values. The developer's attitude is so genial in meetings, yet they ignore our concerns. That's a taboo subject for them.
This is too complicated. The multitude of reports just corroborate what locals have said. The escarpment is unstable.
I feel a sense of clarity now. We should push for a different design that avoids the escarpment entirely.
I enjoyed talking with you both, but I still worry. The mundane details of drainage and traffic, nobody cares until it's too late.
It was great seeing you, Sam. Thanks for listening.
Let's schedule another meeting. We need a clear direction before the juggernaut rolls over everything.
Agreed. No more turncoat decisions.
Conversation 74. Reforming the justice system.
Let's lay this out clearly. The latest report on prison reform is quite troubling. The recidivism rate hasn't budged, despite all the new programs.
I know. It's almost axiomatic that without proper rehabilitation, offenders will reoffend. The scarcity of funding for vocational training doesn't help. The entire reform effort might founder without more consistent funding.
But you could have done better by focusing on early intervention. The whole system seems to lack community support.
Let me see. We did try a few pilot schemes. One aimed to hone job skills, but the results were mixed. The participants had no affinity for the classroom setting.
And the courts are still too lenient on violent offenders. That breeds animosity between the public and the justice system. It's an excruciating cycle.
And the invasive nature of some oversight committees only adds to the problem.
Spill the beans. Is there any serious political will to expedite these changes? Or is it just another round of empty promises?
I'll take care of it. I'm drafting a proposal now. If you try, you'll succeed. We just need to push harder for community-based sentences.
That sounds more decorous than sending everyone to prison. But we must beware of turning the system into an inferno of bureaucracy and causing it to founder.
Never give up on this. Your idea to link rehabilitation with housing assistance could entail real transformation.
There's a certain exaltation in seeing a former inmate rebuild their life. That's the real maxim we should follow.
I'll probably take a break soon, but first, let's schedule a meeting with the commissioner. You should give it a try. He might listen to a fresh perspective.
Agreed. I'll wait for you here while you make the call.
Conversation 75. Community meeting, fallout.
Did you make it to the town hall last night? I heard it was absolute pandemonium.
I did. I've never seen such a virulent exchange. One resident started to disparage the council's entire approach, and then someone else accused them of encouraging vandalism by not securing the old warehouse.
I'm not in the mood for that. I missed it, but the local satire blog already posted a summary. They really hit the nail on the head about the underlying tensions.
What are you talking about? The blog made it sound like the whole thing was a joke. They even called the mayor a curmudgeon.
To be fair, the mayor's plan for the new park does feel a bit unwieldy. The size of the proposed structure is massive, and it feels like the whole underpinning of the budget is shaky.
That's worth thinking about. But I had already considered that option of a smaller green space. The upsurge in public support for it is telling.
I see your point, but I disagree. You need a large structure to satiate the demand for indoor sports facilities. Otherwise, we'll remain in obscurity compared to neighboring towns.
That must be hard for the council trying to balance both sides. The stealth with which they released the original plan didn't help. It felt like a betrayal.
Exactly. My main concern is the apathy. So many people are so apathy that they won't even vote. That's why a few loud voices cause such a billow of outrage.
Time flies. We have the final vote next month. I'll let you know tomorrow what my decision is on the petition.
I wouldn't recant my position easily. The principle is too important. The whole debate gave me a palpitation.
Agreed. I feel more grounded now. Let's see if cooler heads prevail by then.
Conversation 76. The closing bookshop.
I've been coming to this place for years, but I heard it's closing down. Liquidation sale starts next week.
Really? That's a shame. The owner was a bit snooty, but the selection was unmatched.
I mean, he had a didactic style when recommending books, but I appreciated his knowledge.
True. As far as I can tell, it's working for him. He built a loyal customer base.
I might join you for the sale. I'm hungry for some good deals.
You must stay consistent with your budget, though. You'll want to buy everything.
I'm beginning to realize that. So many books I've missed.
The habits that you form define you. Don't overspend just because of a liquidation.
I'd recommend giving it a shot, but only for books you'll actually read.
There's a plethora of historical titles. I saw a statute about women's suffrage from the early 1900s.
Fascinating. That period was a twilight for the movement. Reform was slow.
And before that, women lived in a kind of servitude. It took a staunch group of activists to change things.
I also found a book about the primeval forests. Seems inexhaustible in its detail.
Under the tutelage of a good editor. That author must have done a lot of research.
Then there's a novel about a jaunt through Europe after the armistice of World War I.
The owner often gave a reiteration of his favorite quotes when you asked about a book.
I'll sort it out for you. I can grab a copy of that suffrage book if you want.
I hope this sale doesn't supersede the quality of the collection.
No, I think the books are in perfect condition.
Let's go this weekend. I might join you after all.
I'm hungry too. We can grab lunch after.
I mean, that sounds like a perfect day.
Conversation 77. Discussing an acclaimed film.
I just saw that acclaimed film everyone's talking about. I regret not calling earlier to invite you both.
I see your point, but I disagree. I thought it was overhyped. The director's previous work was more luminous.
Really? I found the cinematography stunning, but the plot felt like a tangled yarn. The theme of repression was heavy-handed.
The idea that you suggested about the protagonist being a saboteur is interesting, But I'd argue it's about transcendence, moving beyond social constraints.
They said they were ready to walk out during the third act. That ultimatum scene felt forced.
The father's eulogy was moving, though, and the prodigal son's return gave it a redemptive arc.
But what about the callous behavior of the villain? His larceny of the family heirlooms was inconceivable.
I'm full of energy today, so I'll argue this. The movie's decadence was meant to critique modern populism.
Where do you work? Oh, I mean, where do you get these interpretations? The ignominious defeat of the hero seemed unrealistic.
I'm planning to start a blog about film analysis. I think the director's work is laudable.
The habits that you form define you. And this director always relies on shocking twists.
Let's stay in touch. I'd love to discuss more after I rewatch it.
I'm about to make a decision whether to recommend it to my book club.
I regret not calling earlier. You said that. Anyway, I need to go.
Conversation 78. A discussion on urban policy.
Have you read that recent treatise on the city's new housing plan?
Yes, I skimmed it. The author's argument about the inception of the policy was interesting, though his writing is a bit terse in places.
I found it completely inept. It ignores the backlash from local businesses entirely. The whole thing feels like a usurpation of community authority.
That's partly true, but the steadfastness of the council has been impressive. They claim the system will be upgraded to fix the issues.
The system will be upgraded. That's what they always say. If this continues, we'll need a solution. The housing diaspora from the city center is already causing problems.
Exactly. And what about the wrongdoer who mismanaged the initial budget? There's been no redress. His pallor at the last meeting suggested he was nervous, not repentant.
You're being harsh. He said he would keep improving. We should minimize risks, yes, but we can't just blame one person.
We should minimize risks. That leads me to believe it's true that a full reconnaissance of the area is needed first.
The plan's vista is narrow. They treat long-term residents like vermin. A cataclysm in the construction sector would finish them off.
No big deal. A few adjustments will sort it. I'll sort it out. I'll have finished my report by next week, and it offers a compromise.
I'll have finished by next week? Good. For the edification of the council, I hope you include historical context.
If it gets worse, call me. But I doubt your report will change their minds. If it gets worse, call me. Otherwise, I'm done.
Noted. Let's see what the data shows first.
Conversation 79. After the symposium.
So, what did you think of the symposium on media ethics? I found it rather replete with contradictions.
You might be right. There were a myriad of viewpoints, but the keynote speaker's peremptory tone put me off.
I'm trying to decide if I learned anything. The panel on propaganda was interesting, though.
That speaker was a blatant propagandist himself. His talk was nothing but chicanery.
That's not entirely wrong. But let's get straight to the point. Did the event address the spate of misinformation we see online?
I had already considered that option before attending, but I still have no inkling of how to counter it.
If I were you, I'd focus on the scaffold of critical thinking. The demise of trust in media is a whirlpool dragging us down.
From my perspective, this makes sense. However, the raucous arguments during the Q&A were vexatious.
That works for me, but I worry about becoming complacent. The symposium felt like a rogues gallery of experts.
I knew it. You sense the same thing. The voracious appetite for sensationalism is real.
That's a good one. Rogues gallery. Indeed, we need to avoid being pulled into that whirlpool.
Agreed. But how do we scaffold real change? The symposium gave us a spate of ideas, but no clear path.
Let's get straight to the point. We need to act before the situation gets worse.
You might be right, but I'm still processing.
I had already considered that option, but I'm not sure.
If I were you, I'd start a local discussion group that could counter the propagandist narratives.
That's not entirely wrong. I'll join you.
That works for me. Let's do it.
Good. I knew we'd find common ground.
Conversation 80. The hearing fallout.
Have you heard about Professor Morrison's hearing? It's caused quite a stir.
I have, but I'm not convinced the allegations hold water. There's too much skullduggery being thrown around.
As a sophomore in his class, I can tell you his demeanor was often menacing. He'd stand at the podium and glare at us.
I've been thinking about it a lot. The rubric for grading was unusually strict, but that doesn't justify wrath.
The whole affair has brought the department into disrepute, and the strife between faculty members is palpable.
I'm planning to expand my skills in jurisprudence to understand the legal side. The hearing used jargon I didn't follow.
You might want to check again the university's code of conduct. It might clarify the process.
I'll check it out, but I remember the professor's past achievements. Some exalt him as a brilliant scholar.
His recent bellicose statements kindle resentment among students. The pathos in his apology was hollow.
A reverberation of this scandal will be felt for years. It's immeasurably damaging.
I haven't decided yet whether to testify. The desultory conversations in the hall don't help.
We need better coordination among the student council to address this.
He told me he'd call later to discuss his side, but I doubt he will.
I'm a bit stressed out about the whole thing. It's exhausting.
I'll drop by later to review the documents with you.
That would help. Let's see if we can find any truth amid the accusations.
Indeed. But I worry the committee's decision might be based on hearsay.
The professor's lawyer used pathos again to sway the board, but the facts are clear.
You're right. The rubric for the investigation seems flawed.
I'll check the minutes from the meeting. I heard there were desultory arguments.
I haven't decided yet if I'll speak, but I'm leaning towards it.
I'm planning to expand my skills in mediation after this.
Conversation 81. The annual report review.
I had already considered that option for the cover design, but the ornate borders you suggested might be too much for a corporate report.
I see what you mean. There's a clear variance between the artistic vision and the professional tone we need. Let's set things up properly and find a middle ground.
Agreed. I'm proud of how far I've come with this project, though I admit I'm still worried about one omission in the financial section.
You might want to check again. I thought we caught everything during the final review.
Actually, I noticed that omission too. If I were remiss, I'd ignore it, but we should fix it before printing.
Thank you, C. Your reticence earlier made me wonder if you had concerns.
I didn't want to seem pusillanimous, but I was holding back until I had the facts. It was pure bravado on my part to pretend everything was fine.
Well, it's no time for bravura or false confidence. Let's call it a day after we resolve this.
I need to think this through. The oversight was my fault, and I accept any censure from the team.
There's no need for adjuration. We all make mistakes. The real issue is the nepotism in the last hiring round, which is a separate discussion.
Let's break it down. First the report, then the hiring. What do you think about this timeline?
It's a good plan. Working through the tedium of spreadsheets is easier when we have a clear goal.
Indeed. I find collaboration to be a balm for the monotony.
Exactly. We need a process whereby we can catch such oversights before the final review.
And if we ignore the hiring problem, we risk a secession of our best junior staff. That needs equal attention.
It's nice to meet you both halfway. I appreciate your patience. I'm working on the revised draft now.
Perfect. Let's meet again tomorrow to finalize everything.
Conversation 82. The parking dispute.
Did you catch the board's retort to the plaintiff's complaint? They called his lawsuit an act of insurrection against the community.
That's a pernicious accusation. The man had the temerity to challenge them, and now they're painting him as a rebel.
I remain diffident about taking sides. It all seems like a trifle to me, but the plaintiff's righteousness is quite pronounced.
Let's break it down. The board's policy was never popular. Their argument was vacuous, no real justification. They even alluded to some proverb about rules being needed.
Exactly. That proverb, a stitch in time saves nine. They used it as a talisman to justify everything, but it holds no resonance for the real issues.
I regret not taking that opportunity to speak at the meeting. I had a point about the parking spaces near the vault in the basement, but I was too hesitant.
How old are you? You're acting like a child. You should have spoken up. I feel more in control now that we're planning our next move.
We should consider all possibilities. If things don't improve, we'll take action. The board's decision is a bellwether for how they treat us.
I'll be there soon at the next meeting. I'm planning to expand my skills in negotiation, so I want to lead the discussion.
Let's figure this out together. I regret saying that I wouldn't get involved. I should support the plaintiff.
Good. Then we need a strategy. The board's abstention from compromise is telling.
Indeed. Their refusal to negotiate shows their diffidence in the face of real opposition. But we have the numbers.
The numbers alone won't win. We need a strong argument. The board's vacuous reasoning is their weak point.
I still feel a trifle uneasy about confrontation, but I'll support the plan.
Let's meet tomorrow to draft our statement. I'll bring the documents from the vault.
Fine. I'll be there at 6, and we should allude to the success of other buildings that resisted such policies.
That's a great idea. The resonance of those examples could sway undecided residents.
Agreed. Now I feel more in control. Let's end the meeting here.
Conversation 83. Cafe in the Doldrums.
I've been coming to this place for years, and I've never seen it so quiet.
I know. We're in the doldrums, and I'm worried it might jeopardize our future.
There's some truth to that, but you shouldn't worry too much. You have copious, loyal customers.
That's a good one. But what's your plan to get out of this slump?
Well, let me expound. I was thinking of introducing a brunch menu with some ingenious twists.
Ingenious? Or just trickery to look fancy? I don't think that's a good idea if the preponderance of your clients prefer simple coffee.
I understand your argument, but a little wizardry in the kitchen could attract new faces.
Exactly. The antithesis of our current offering. I'm full of energy today, so let's optimize the workflow in the kitchen.
But won't that turn you into an oaf in the kitchen? You're not a chef.
Harsh, but fair. I also considered a themed night, perhaps underworld cocktails.
Underworld? That sounds like radicalism for a quiet cafe, and the diaphanous decorations would be a nightmare to clean.
Let's schedule a call with a marketing consultant instead. Let's set it up for next week.
A consultant? That's just a different kind of serfdom, paying someone else to think for me.
You have a point. But quarantine yourself from new ideas isn't healthy either.
Fine. But I won't let any proprietor lose sleep over this. I'll figure it out.
That's the spirit. Now, how about a sample of your ingenious brunch dish?
Yes, let me try that, as long as there's no trickery in the ingredients.
No trickery, I promise. It's a simple mushroom risotto with a twist.
That sounds safe. I'm curious about your wizardry, though.
You know, I'll know I've been coming to this place for years, and I trust you.
Thank you. Let's go to the kitchen and I'll show you.
Conversation 84. Planning a community event.
Can I ask you something? You've been unusually quiet this morning. Is everything all right?
I'm fine. Just a bit preoccupied. The reason why I left the last planning committee meeting early was simple. I sensed a small skirmish coming over the budget allocation, and I didn't want to get drawn into a vortex of pointless arguments.
I noticed that too. Marcus was particularly sardonic about the cultural center proposal. He kept making an allusion to wasted funds, which I found rather unfair.
I wish I had more experience handling people like him. He's so stolid. No amount of reasonable discussion seems to shift his view.
Let's lay this out clearly. The main caveat is that we need a reprieve from his negativity, even if just for a few days, so we can finalize the event timeline.
That sounds great in theory, but we can't just avoid him. We need to replenish our energy after last month's upheaval in the neighborhood. The jingoism at the town hall meeting was exhausting.
How did that happen? I thought the community was more urbane than that.
It was a convergence of several frustrated groups. The atmosphere in the morgue afterwards, when we debriefed, was so ethereal. Everyone spoke in hushed, resigned tones.
I feel like I'm making progress with the youth team, though. Their pioneering approach to the mural project is exactly what we need to shift the focus.
Let's meet at the entrance of the park after work. You could try again to convince Marcus to support our timeline.
I need to catch up on my work first, but I'll be there. And please don't nag me about the minutes. I'll email them tonight.
Conversation 85. The new development project.
I just finished perusing the City Council's report on the new high-rise. The sheer immensity of the budget is staggering.
That's worth thinking about, but I feel they're using the historic district as a scapegoat for their own poor planning.
I'm still thinking about it. The regulatory labyrinth alone makes me doubt the project can proceed smoothly.
Yet the architect's ingenuity with sustainable materials is impressive. Still, this feels portentous, like we're losing something fundamental.
That's a valid concern. To me, it's a form of economic imperialism. Developers treat local culture as disposable.
I haven't decided yet. Some residents support the resurgence of business activity, while others fear oblivion for our heritage.
My chagrin comes from watching those old facades demolished. The developer's megalomania is hardly subtle.
That's a bit of a stretch. They're just ambitious. But the city is under siege by profit-driven interests, I'll grant you.
Let's evaluate the risks carefully. Archaeological teams worked under duress to document the site before construction.
There's incontrovertible evidence that similar projects harmed other historic quarters, and the innuendo about bribes in the council doesn't help.
I'm feeling a bit off today, honestly. This whole zealotry for growth at any cost exhausts me.
I'm planning to visit the old district next year. If it's still there. I'll be waiting for the final decision before I book anything.
I enjoyed talking with you both. We need more discussions like this.
Conversation 86. The art debate.
I just got back from that new exhibition downtown. Honestly, I found it baffling. It felt like pure iconoclasm, nothing but an attack on traditional veneration of classical forms.
Really? I thought it was a virtuoso display of technique. The painter's use of color was absolutely masterful.
I respectfully disagree. The execution lacked any real rigor. It was all splashy surfaces and no depth.
That's debatable. I'd say the turbulence in the brushwork actually conveyed a genuine emotional state. You might want to reconsider dismissing it so quickly.
Exactly. And just look at the way they handled the temporal aspect. The sense of time passing through layered images is extraordinary.
That's a good one, but I see it as an unwelcome incursion into territory already perfected by earlier artists. It feels almost churlish to praise such derivative work.
What are your hobbies? Do you ever actually go to galleries, or do you just read critiques? Because if you had stood in front of those canvases, you just feel differently.
I go often enough. If it rains, I'll stay home and read art history books. But we need to be realistic. That show is more about ousting established taste than creating anything new. The whole thing is an incendiary stunt.
What's the point of always judging by old rules? The artist has a clearly idiosyncratic vision. They deserve a rostrum to present it.
Just give me a minute. I want to find the review by that famous luminary of the art scene, the media tycoon who funds the gallery. He called it revolutionary.
And you take his word as gospel? He's known to deride anything that doesn't fit his brand. That's not criticism, that's marketing. I prefer artistic stasis over this constant noise.
We should track our progress in this conversation because we're going in circles. But I stand by my view. The artist is a true virtuoso.
Conversation 87. Community Garden Dispute.
Jordan, have you seen the new ordinance about noise levels after 10 p.m.? It's stricter now.
I hadn't thought of that. I suppose it's to curb the influx of late-night parties near the garden.
Indeed. And the severity of the fines has increased, but I'm more worried about the upkeep of the tools.
The willfulness of some volunteers is frustrating. They keep ignoring the schedule.
I wish I had more experience in handling such people. I'm a novice at mediation.
Don't back out now. You've been indefatigable so far.
I've just arrived from the council meeting. They mentioned a vendetta against the previous coordinator.
A vendetta? That explains the sabotage of the irrigation system.
That was deliberate? I thought it was accidental wear. The phlegmatic demeanor of the new manager puzzled me.
He's erudite, but seems melancholy. Maybe he's cloistered himself in his office.
I'm not into that kind of thing. Dwelling on negativity. I'll definitely try a direct conversation with him.
I'm hungry. Let's grab lunch and discuss further. I'll send you an email with the plan.
The decision has been finalized about the garden schedule. We start next week.
I'll be working on improving myself in conflict resolution.
Good. I have a smattering of knowledge about permits, which has hitherto been unused, but I can help.
Actually, there's a workshop on Saturday. Would you like to join?
I'll definitely try it.
I wish I had more experience in that area too. But I'll learn.
Conversation 88. The office move.
I've come to realize that coordinating this office relocation is going to be an absolute ordeal. Every department has a different demand.
You're right. We need to think outside the box if we want to keep everyone happy, without letting costs ravage the budget.
I agree. And with the cavalcade of requests coming in daily, it feels like bedlam in here.
I'm sorry to hear that it's already affecting you, but I'm hoping we can act as a mediator between the teams.
The watchword for this project should be compromise. Otherwise, we'll lose our equilibrium completely.
I'm proud of what I did last week. I convinced the IT team to share their floor plan early. But the pungency of their emails was overwhelming.
I didn't sleep well last night because I kept thinking about the peril of moving our servers without a backup plan.
That's a real risk. We should test this first with a small-scale relocation of just one department.
Good idea. I'll be meticulous about checking every cable and connection.
I'm grateful for your attention to detail, and we'll need a lucid schedule that even our most skeptical progeny, the junior staff, can follow.
By the way, what's the official appellation for this project? The CEO keeps calling it Project Phoenix, but I heard it was Operation Smooth Move.
Let's stick with Phoenix. It sounds more hopeful.
I'll think it through and confirm with the CEO tomorrow. In the meantime, just text me when you arrive at the new building for the inspection.
I'm on my way there now. I don't want to be a henchman who just follows orders blindly. I'd rather propose solutions.
The ubiquitous coffee machine will be installed by Friday, so at least we'll have caffeine during the chaos.
That's the first good news today, and I'm still apprehensive about the server move. But with your help, I feel calmer.
We'll manage. Let's make this ordeal into a success story.
Conversation 89. The old library renovation.
I still can't believe they're gutting the entire West Wing. The reason why I stayed on the committee was simple. I wanted to protect the original architecture.
That's exactly what I was thinking. But the council is being obdurate. They claim the building is a fire hazard because of the narrow aperture on the main staircase.
Oh, come to think of it, I heard someone call the preservationist a marauder during the last meeting. Quite a pejorative term for someone trying to save a relic.
Don't give up. If they'd listened to us earlier, we could have avoided this insurgency from the local history groups.
We need to be realistic. The etymology of the word museum actually means a place of the muses, but now it feels more like a battleground.
How old are you? You sound like you've been fighting this fight for decades.
I'm 32, but I'm thinking of changing careers if this treachery from the planning department continues. Their stratagem to bulldoze the annex was hidden in the fine print.
If I had known earlier, I would have acted differently. I would have demanded that they indemnify us for any historical damage.
That's clever, but they'd never agree to that. Maybe we need a vigilante group to guard the site at night.
Let's build on that idea. A legal fund, not vandalism. We can use the funds from the church's annual tithe to hire a heritage lawyer.
Your reluctance to confront the council directly is what's causing this lackadaisical public response. We need a clearer strategy.
We can improve this. If we frame the renovation as a resurrection of the original reading room, the public might support us.
True. I just hope it doesn't engender even more conflict with the developers.
Conversation 90. The estate.
I feel like trying something new with my grandmother's old house. The upshot of keeping it empty is just decay.
That's not entirely wrong, but if I were you, I'd do it carefully. Her collection of books is so arcane, nobody has touched them in decades.
I know. I wish I had more experience with old valuables. There's a singular portrait in the attic. Her visage in it looks almost prophetic. It seems to imbue the space with an eerie aura.
Prophecy? You're sounding like an eccentric. Let's wrap it up and go see it.
Fine. But I have a misgiving. The room feels inhospitable, and I don't want to break anything.
The walls are weak. We need to buttress them before we move furniture. And that variegated rug is worth a fortune.
If I had given up, I wouldn't be here asking you to help me sort this out. But I'm not an undertaker for old junk. I'm your cousin.
I'll catch up with you later then. I need to accede to the lawyer's request about the deed first.
The fermentation of dust and damp has ruined the cellar. It's hard to say if any wine survived.
I won't castigate you for selling a few things, but don't let her old spinster friend get priority over us.
Enough. I'll probably take a break soon. Thanks for your time, both of you.
Conversation 91. Project Inheritance Dispute.
So, you're seriously proposing we take over the entire Anderson account? It's a windfall, sure, but I'm not convinced we have the capacity.
From my perspective, this makes sense. I'm a proponent of agile methods, and the urgency is low. We have a month to prepare.
I'm not really sure. That project is a sinecure for someone, not a real challenge, and the client's legal team is already acting like litigants. They love to quibble over every detail.
Sorry, I couldn't help overhearing. Are you serious right now? You're about to turn down a major windfall because of a few potential legal quibbles?
It's not just quibbles. The technical specs are abstruse, and the previous manager left in a volatile mood. I wouldn't touch it without a solid rebuttal ready for every possible complaint. The client told me he'd call later to discuss the terms, so there's some urgency.
If I were in your position, I'd wait. But you brandish risks like they're trophies. Your mordant remarks aren't helping.
My mordant tone? You're the one who called the client a litigant before we even met them. And I feel confident that our team can handle the technical side, but the legal complicity issue worries me.
Let's pick it up tomorrow. Can you show me the way to the updated risk assessment? I need to speed things up if we want to decide before the board meeting.
There's no complicity. The previous manager simply made errors. And if we succeed, we could build real kinship with the client. That's a facet you're ignoring.
I'm not ignoring facets, but I need to see the numbers first. What's the point of a windfall if we lose everything on a legal gamble?
You have a point. However, if you can offer a magnanimous concession, say accept a smaller share, the client might relent.
That's not magnanimous. That's capitulation. Let me prepare a proper rebuttal. I'll show you the data tomorrow.
Fine, but don't let your peak sabotage a good opportunity. And remember the urgency. If we delay, we might lose the offer.
I won't. I'll just need to verify one abstruse clause in the contract. The client told me he'd call later, so I'll mention that.
Good. Then we're all set for tomorrow.
All right. See you then.
Great. I'll bring the data.
Conversation 92. The Antique Watch.
We were talking yesterday about that antique watch you inherited. Did you decide what to do with it?
Yes, but I'm not completely sold on that idea. My uncle claimed it was a family heirloom from the 1920s, but I'm starting to doubt its authenticity.
Why? Did you find something off about it?
The salutation engraved on the back seems oddly modern, and the maker's mark looks like a fabrication. A real expert would spot it immediately.
Everything happens for a reason. Maybe it's a sign you shouldn't sell it.
Possibly. But the ostensible reason for keeping it is sentimental value. The real reason is I'm too lazy to research its history. I need to go shopping for a proper jeweler's loupe to examine it closely.
You should take a break from overthinking. Just enjoy it for what it is, a beautiful object.
That's easy for you to say. You don't have to ruminate over every detail like I do. At the apex of my curiosity, I even considered its erotic imagery, though that's a tangent.
Erotic? On a watch?
Yes, but I admit that's a private interpretation. Let's set it up for a professional appraisal. Maybe I'll feel better.
The goals that you set shape your future. If you want clarity, you need to act.
True. I'll follow up on this. The watch itself is in a dingy old box, and the leather strap is obsolete. Still, I'd like a rest from all this.
You should give yourself a respite. You've been obsessing for weeks.
If I had the chance, I would do it differently. I'd keep it and ignore the questions.
Well, the primacy of family history often wins. That's what I think.
Perhaps. But I also value parity in my relationships. And this watch is causing friction. You shouldn't doubt yourself too much, they say, but I can't help it.
Then why not just store it away? The prosaic truth is, it's just an object.
You're right. I'll put it back and revisit later. Thanks for listening.
Conversation 93. The New Curriculum Policy.
I'm beginning to realize that the new policy is more restrictive than we thought. How can we work within it?
That's a good question. What exactly is the issue? You're an adherent of modern pedagogy, right?
Yes, but the administration has placed an embargo on any discussion of controversial social issues in class.
That seems preposterous. How can you teach critical thinking without engaging with real-world dissonance?
We need to think outside the box. Maybe we can incorporate those topics through the periphery of the curriculum.
Fair enough, but the principal patently stated that henceforth no teacher may countenance any debate that touches on religion or politics.
So he's acting like a tyrant? That's a bit strong.
Perhaps, but the way he dismissed the pedagogical value of open dialogue felt like a blasphemy against education.
Let's figure this out together. I'll map this out with a plan that stays within the policy, but still encourages deep thinking.
I'm beginning to realize that this may be a macrocosm of a larger cultural war.
Exactly. I lament the loss of academic freedom, but we also have to work within the system.
Still, calling the policy a holocaust of ideas is over the top, don't you think?
I didn't say that, but the cantankerous attitude of the administration is frustrating.
It's a piece of cake to design lessons that don't violate the embargo but still challenge students. We just need creativity.
By my own volition, I'll draft a proposal and share it with the faculty.
She told me she had finished everything last week, but it was ignored.
Well, I'll see you around after I submit mine.
Basically, we're stuck between principle and pragmatism.
Good luck. Let's meet again tomorrow.
Conversation 94. After the food festival.
Did you get my message about the festival feedback?
Yes, I saw it. I really appreciate you compiling that list.
Fair enough, but I think we need to look at the positives too. The festival had a certain zest, despite the problems.
I agree, but the negative feedback really deflated me. Some of it was harsh.
We need sobriety when evaluating. We can't let one bad review precipitate a panic.
There was an undercurrent of xenophobia in a few comments about the Korean stall. That's not germane to the quality of the food.
I noticed that. It's prevalent in our town, unfortunately. A perennial issue.
The privation of resources meant we had to make do with shoddy decorations, but the weather was salubrious, which helped.
The power outage at noon was the nadir of the entire day. I had to grovel to the electrician to fix it.
I don't want to hear any platitude like, "We did our best." Let's come up with new ideas for next year.
You must finish this today, the report on what went wrong. Then I'll send you an email with the survey data.
Let's schedule a call with the vendors next week. I'll be working on improving myself as a coordinator.
If I keep learning, I'll grow from this experience. I'll drop by later to help clean up.
Good. That's a constructive attitude.
Thanks. And let's not forget the exuberant kids at the cooking demo. That was a bright spot.
Absolutely. Their energy was infectious.
It reminds me that we need to keep that zest alive.
Yes, but we also must avoid shoddy planning. The perennial parking problem nearly caused chaos.
That's germane. I think we should propose better traffic flow.
Fair enough. Let's include that in the report.
I'll send you an email with my notes later.
I really appreciate it.
Conversation 95. The Publisher's Dilemma.
How's your day so far? You look like you've been wrestling with something.
Exhausting. I've just been working all day on this manuscript. It's meant to be the sequel to that award-winning novel, but it's a mess.
Oh, the one about the architect? The movie that we watched was amazing, but I can see where you're coming from. Sometimes a book just doesn't translate well onto screen.
No, this isn't about the movie. It's about the publisher. My boss acted on a whim and accepted the manuscript without proper review.
That's not entirely accurate, is it? I heard you were the one who pushed for it.
I wish I knew the answer. I thought the author's ebullience would make it a touchstone for our catalog. But the writing is so obstreperous, full of ranting characters.
That sounds like an oxymoron for a literary novel. Isn't subtlety supposed to be your forte?
Exactly. And the author's tone is inimical to the editor's suggestions. He just wants obsequious praise, not real feedback.
So what's the fulcrum of the problem? The content or the contract?
Both. I need to speed things up and extricate us before the underwriter pulls funding. The decision has been finalized on the print run, but I can't relish the launch if the quality isn't there.
You can't rely on hearsay, you know. Have you actually read the whole thing?
I'm beginning to realize that reading it was a mistake. It's full of baseless accusations, almost like an impeachment of the entire industry.
I'm starting to think you're right. Maybe you should just reject the sequel outright.
That's the problem. The author is suing for breach of contract, and the legal team is exacting. I need a way out.
Conversation 96. Discussing the novel we just finished.
I've been reading all day to finish that novel. What did you both think?
Honestly, the main character's hubris was exhausting. He thought he could outwit everyone, but his cunning only led to a rout in the final battle.
I agree, but I found the villain surprisingly beguiling. Her ability to beguile everyone around her was almost admirable, if she hadn't treated people like chattel.
That's a harsh take. I felt a bit wistful about her fate. The author used her silhouette against the sunset to great effect.
I'm frustrated. The whole story seemed to promote a kind of fatalism that I just can't accept. The cessation of all resistance felt too convenient.
Let's sort this through properly. Do you think the author meant to purport that surrender is noble, or is it a critique of insouciant leadership?
Good question. The general's insouciant attitude before the rout was striking. He was so staid and gauche in his speeches, never showing the effusive emotion you'd expect.
I'll write it down. The general lacked scruple. That's why he lost. But the villain didn't have any scruple either. She used everyone.
If I keep trying, I'll improve my analysis. For now, let's set it up as a debate for next week. She said she would help us prepare, but she's busy.
The work is done as far as reading goes. If I had more money, I'd invest it in a signed edition. I'm trying to stay positive about the ending, but it felt rushed.
Perhaps that's the point. The abrupt cessation mirrors the character's own loss of control.
True. And the hubris of the hero was his downfall. Let's meet again after I've written my notes.
I'll write it down in my calendar. See you then.
Conversation 97. The University Merger Proposal.
How are you doing today? I feel like I haven't spoken to you properly in weeks.
I'm surviving. The trusteeship board meeting yesterday has put everything at a standstill. The proposal to merge our faculty with the law school is causing an exodus of senior staff.
That's debatable. I think a merger could actually help us withstand budget cuts, if the proviso is that we keep our core courses.
I see your point, but the intelligentsia in our department sees it as a regression. They're calling it the epitome of administrative hypocrisy, promising academic freedom while forcing a dissolution of our independent identity.
Exactly. The dean presented it as progress, but it has stripped the freshman foundation courses to almost nothing. Half the students in my seminar this year come from the lowest economic stratum, and they're already destitute of resources. A merger won't help them.
I regret not taking action sooner when the proposal was first circulated. I was too busy with my research on rationalism to read the fine print.
I wish I could change the outcome of that vote. But the behemoth of central administration made their decision clear during the inclement weather. We had the meeting by video link because of the storm.
I'll finish it soon, my report on the impact, but I'm not in the mood to work on it today. I'll be focusing on this task tomorrow instead.
We should catch up soon, properly, maybe over dinner. You might want to check again the email from the provost. I think there's a hidden clause.
I'll check tonight. For now, let's agree to disagree on the merger. I think it has potential, but I understand your fears.
Potential? That's generous. I call it a slow dissolution dressed in academic jargon.
Conversation 98. Corporate Ethics and Personal Integrity.
I'm exhausted. That board meeting was endless. Did you hear Mark's so-called exhortation about corporate loyalty?
I did. It struck me as rather pious, considering he's been making surreptitious deals behind the CEO's back.
Exactly. And every utterance from him feels like a calculated performance. You know what I'm saying?
I do. But let's grab something to eat before we dissect it further. I need some rest from all that posturing.
Fair enough. Though I wonder, do you think the whistleblower in R&D actually has a case?
They have documentation, but the company's overweening legal team will try to discredit them. The panic is reaching a frenzy.
You must take responsibility if you're going to leak anything, Carol. I'm not being craven, but the risks are real.
I'll definitely consider that option. But silence isn't a panacea for systemic disaffection. The whole department is resentful.
She had already left the company when the report was filed. That complicates their narrative.
True. They might claim coercion, but she left of her own accord. There was no wedlock between her departure and the leak.
You could try something else. Build a case without naming her. The system is being updated now for transparency, but it's slow.
I'm resolute about this. I won't let our team be scapegoats. That warranty we signed about ethics, it's being violated.
Exactly. They can't hide behind jargon. I'm not a linguist, but even I can see their statements are contradictory.
This whole situation breeds ennui, but we can't afford apathy now.
Agreed. Let's plan our next move over lunch.
Conversation 99. The Opera Review.
So, what did you think of the opera last night?
Honestly, it was a shambles. The orchestra seemed to have a tempestuous relationship with the conductor.
Makes sense. The lead soprano's rendition of the aria was beautiful, though.
Are you joking? Her voice was competent, but her narcissism was palpable. She acted like a diva.
Well, I did notice she would loathe being upstaged by the tenor, but his performance was truly ambrosial.
I suppose, but the whole production felt like a nascent idea that never matured. The set design was obscure. I couldn't tell if it was a forest or a cathedral.
That figures. The philanthropist who funded it probably wanted something avant-garde.
Sorry I'm late. What's the deal? I heard you discussing the opera.
We were just saying it was a bit of a mess. The reason why I stayed was simple. I wanted to hear the final duet.
I saw the review in the paper. It called the production a sacrilege against the composer's original intentions.
Exactly. And the lighting was so dim, the ghost scene made the actor look like an apparition.
Let's get straight to the point. This isn't efficient. They should have rehearsed more.
And the director wasn't scrupulous with the staging. That's why it was a shambles.
I need to catch up on my work now, but I can say that despite the flaws, there was a modicum of charm.
Charm? A modicum of charm? The second act was a disaster. The chorus's revelry scene was chaotic.
Let's keep it simple. It wasn't terrible, just poorly executed. The singer's rendition of the final note was almost imperceptibly beautiful.
I'll transcribe my notes later, but I think we agree it was a mixed bag.
All right, let's go over it again another time. I have to go.
Conversation 100. Discussing a historical novel.
I finished The Last Night last night. The protagonist was a stalwart figure, though I found his behavior somewhat anachronistic.
You're kidding. I saw him as the perfect incarnation of medieval virtue. Did you see the way he fought in a joust? Magnificent.
I have to say, the wordiness in the council scenes nearly put me into a slumber, but the arrival of the emissary was a highlight.
I'm feeling inspired by that scene too. The emissary's solemn declaration gave the whole kingdom a sense of dread.
I totally agree. Yet that same emissary had a vindictive connotation later, when he betrayed the king.
Still, the hero remained undaunted. He found solace in the memory of his father.
I'm learning to trust the process of the narrative, but the inadvertent reveal of the secret alliance was a shock.
Yes, and the false affidavit that followed nearly derailed the entire plot.
I'll take care of it. I need to check the timeline to see if it makes sense.
Never give up on puzzling out the politics. The accession of the new queen was brilliantly handled.
I'll give it some thought before our next meeting. There's a lot to unpack.
You shouldn't worry too much about minor inconsistencies. The author's notes explain them.
I'll definitely try it again, with a focus on the subtext.
I'm about to leave now, but let's reconvene tomorrow to compare notes.
Sounds good. I also want to discuss the role of the secondary characters.
I think the stalwart knight was the true heart of the story, despite his anachronistic ideals.
We're right. His incarnation of loyalty was unmatched.
And the silence after the final battle gave me solace.
Conversation 101. The family kitchen debate.
I'm almost done unpacking these boxes from Grandma's house. I have been waiting for a long time to sort through all this.
You should take a break. You've been going at it for hours. I've been waiting for hours for you to sit down and eat.
I know, but look at this. An antique wooden spoon. It's practically a family shrine in utensil form. But my brother thinks it's antiquated and wants to throw it out.
I understand your argument, but it depends on how you look at it. Some see nostalgia, others see clutter.
Exactly. He called my attachment to it contemptible, which stung. And he said my claim that we should preserve everything is just madcap sentimentality.
That's a bit harsh, but you must admit, he's a tactician when it comes to decluttering. He's already planning how to clear out the whole attic. If it works for you, I'm okay with keeping a few things, but the tonnage of stuff we have is insane.
True, but there's a continuum between hoarding and throwing away everything. His machismo makes him think purging is a sign of strength, while I see it as a kind of inhumanity to erase our history.
I'll have done it by then. The entire attic inventory will be finished next week. The system will be monitored by an app, so nothing gets lost. That should assuage your worry about losing precious items.
But what about the corollary of that? If we digitize everything, we lose the tactile connection. And his avarice for minimalism is implacable. He won't stop until every shelf is bare.
You know what I mean? He's not wrong about reducing waste. But calling your grandmother's ladle contemptible was uncalled for. He's no exponent of empathy, that's for sure.
Exactly. And now I feel forlorn every time I look at that empty cabinet where her cookie jar used to sit.
Conversation 102. Debating the development.
Did you go to the community meeting last night? I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yes, I was there. That doesn't add up, though. The council claims the project will create jobs, but they're ignoring the environmental impact.
I'm not convinced either. The way they dismissed the dissidents' objections was insolent.
Are you for real? They actually called him a zealot just for wanting to preserve the wetland?
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't trust their promises. Their rapacious developer partner has a history of turning green spaces into a wasteland.
He said he would handle the community relations, but his whole attitude was vain, all about his own reputation.
Are you joking? He even compared himself to a cardinal figure in urban development? That's ridiculous.
The whole thing feels like a surrogate for genuine public consultation. They just want quick gratification.
My aunt works at the local hospice, and she told me the peaceful garden there does more for camaraderie than any mall could.
I've been thinking about it a lot. Maybe we should start a petition. That would be our vindication.
Let's do this again sometime to plan it. I need to catch up on my work first, though.
Sure. I'll write it down. We can meet here next Tuesday.
Their infatuation with profit is dangerous. They even burned an effigy of the council leader in protest last week. That's too much.
That doesn't add up with the peaceful image they try to project.
I agree. The kindred spirits among us will stand firm.
If I were you, I wouldn't underestimate their influence. But we have the moral high ground.
I'm not convinced we can win, but we have to try.
Well, I've got to go. Let's do this again sometime.
Sure, and I need to catch up on my work too. Good talk.
Conversation 103. Starting a community garden.
I've just been working all day on the plans for the community garden. I'm really excited.
That's a valid concern, but I'm not sure about the viability of the project. The soil here is precarious, full of rubble.
Oh, don't be so negative. I extol the idea. It could transform this void into something bewitching.
Exactly. And if we sow some native plants, the whole area will look wonderful.
I don't think that's a good idea if we don't have permission from the council. They might confiscate our tools if we break any rules.
That raises an interesting point. We should check the regulations first. But your timidity is holding us back, B.
It's not timidity, it's prudence. I don't want to shirk responsibility, but we need a solid plan.
The lot where we plan to garden is a perfect spot, and I'll be working on the paperwork tomorrow.
Good. If I see the council officer later, I'll tell her about our proposal.
If I had the chance, I would do it differently, start with a smaller plot. But everyone seems eager to flaunt their gardening skills.
There's no stampede, B. We're taking it step by step. Your disposition is too cautious.
Perhaps. But yesterday, a neighbor tried to accost me about noise concerns. I want to avoid conflict.
That's a valid concern. We need to maintain poise when dealing with complaints.
And we should involve Mrs. Jenkins, even though she's in her dotage. She might have good advice.
She gave me a spasm of laughter with her old stories, but she's sharp.
Good idea. I'll be traveling to the council office this time tomorrow to get the permit. Let's hope they approve.
And I'll be seeing the local MP later this week. She's a supporter of green projects.
That's reassuring. If the permit comes through, we can finally start sowing.
Perfect. With everyone's help, we'll turn this void into a beautiful garden.
I'll be working on the planting schedule tomorrow.
Conversation 104. The community garden dispute.
You look exhausted. What's been going on?
I've been working here for years trying to get this community garden off the ground, and now the council wants to turn it into a parking lot. It feels like we've been trudging through mud for nothing.
I know. The project is a massive undertaking, but we can't let them squander all our effort.
The idea that you suggested is interesting. Could we fight the decision through the local tribunal?
We considered that, but the legal costs are prohibitive. Nobody can afford that.
It's tantamount to giving up if we don't try something. I feel more balanced when I'm out here gardening, and that's worth preserving.
I was watching TV when you called earlier, but I'm on board now. What about the noxious fumes from the traffic? That's a strong argument against more cars.
Exactly. The symbiosis between the garden and the neighborhood is intrinsic to why people love this area. Destroying it for concrete is senseless.
We need a unanimous decision from the residents to put pressure on the council. I'll see you around the neighborhood to collect signatures.
That's life, isn't it? You plant seeds and people want to pave over them. But the garden is a paragon of what community effort can achieve.
Our vigil at the site last night drew a good crowd. The evanescent beauty of the flowers made people realize what we'd lose.
Avoid any collusion with that developer. They'll twist your words. I have a meeting at 10 with the council's planning officer.
I'll be right back. I need to fetch my old photos of the garden for the meeting.
The maelstrom of complaints might actually work in our favor. We shouldn't accept subservience to short-term profit.
We should prioritize what matters most. Let's focus on the public hearing next week.
Agreed. Nothing worth doing is ever easy.
Conversation 105. Office politics.
I can't quite explain why, but since Mark became team leader, something feels off.
Really? I find him quite cordial. He even remembered my birthday.
He's certainly not the guy who helped me settle in last year. That was Sarah. Mark's style is more opaque.
Exactly. There's an ambiguity in his instructions that makes me uneasy. The reason why I stayed in this job was simple. I believed in the team's vision. Now it feels like a syndicate of insiders.
You think he's formed a clique? I haven't noticed.
I don't need telepathy to see that. Look at how he only talks to certain people.
Still, your intuition might be misleading.
I used to play football with a manager like that. Over time, mediocrity set in because people stopped caring.
And his decisions? They lack any tangible evidence, not an iota of data.
But his ideas aren't vapid. The new project timeline could be a watershed for our department.
If you need help, just let me know. I'll look into this further, but I'm not convinced.
Where are you going? The meeting starts in 5 minutes.
I've just arrived from the coffee run. That smells good. Is that from the new machine?
Yes. Let's come up with new ideas after the meeting. Maybe we can improve things.
Fine. But Mark's biggest idiosyncrasy is his ferocious defense of bad decisions.
That does epitomize his leadership style, and it breeds rancor among the staff.
My intuition tells me he'll change once the project starts.
I can't quite explain why, but I doubt it.
Conversation 106. The community center renovation.
What have you been up to? I haven't seen you at the committee meetings lately.
I've been dealing with a lot lately, mainly the community center renovation project. It's been a nightmare.
That raises an interesting point. I heard the whole thing almost fell apart. What happened?
Well, let's lay this out clearly. The funding was approved, but the speculator who owns the adjacent land tried to buy the whole site. He used a pseudonym in the initial offer to avoid suspicion.
Exactly. And the weather has been so capricious. 1 week of sun, then 3 weeks of rain. It practically depleted our contingency budget.
I can't help but feel some tokenism was involved too. They only invited 2 residents to the design review, and those were the ones who always agree.
That's a tangential issue, But yes, the real problem was a cabal of board members who wanted to divert funds elsewhere. They almost pushed for termination of the renovation.
And then, someone leaked a report full of accusations. The author used a pseudonym, but later we discovered it was a former board member. If he had given up, we wouldn't be here trying to salvage this.
The whole process seemed haphazard. No clear timeline, no glossary of architectural terms for the volunteers. I looked at it with incredulity.
But our project manager stayed imperturbable through it all. Her diligence saved us. She even compiled a glossary for everyone.
Right. And when the speculator claimed we had no right to the land, it turned out he had committed perjury in an earlier court case about the reclamation of the industrial site. That shut him down.
So, the reclamation of the site is back on track?
I'm learning to let things go, but this story makes me want to get involved again.
It worked out well. The committee will see how things go with the new timeline. I'll be working on improving myself as a mediator to avoid future cabals.
He said he would handle the legal side, and he did. I'm just glad the center is still standing.
And the hinterland community will finally have a proper space. Let's hope the weather cooperates this time.
Conversation 107. Discussion on vouchers and remuneration.
I just received a voucher for that new restaurant. It's part of the quarterly bonus.
That's nice, but I'm not sure if that's true remuneration. We deserve actual cash.
Did I hear someone complaining?
Sam, we're talking about the voucher scheme. I got a summons to a meeting tomorrow about it.
Yeah, they want to convene all teams to explain the new policy.
I've had an epiphany. This whole system isn't a meritocracy. It's just a way to avoid giving us real raises.
I'm meeting him later, the HR director. I'll make up my mind later, after hearing him out.
The guy who proffered this idea was very kind. No, he's a pragmatist. He knows we won't complain.
That's a diatribe, but I feel more balanced after venting. Let's simplify the process. Just ask for direct remuneration.
I'm not sure if that's true. They might have legitimate budget constraints.
You sound peevish today, Alex.
I'm just weary of all this sordid corporate maneuvering. It's a woe we all share.
Agreed. But let's align on this first. Do we accept the voucher or demand cash?
Let's agree to disagree for now. I'll have finished my analysis by then. Maybe after the meeting, I'll know more.
You're a savant with numbers, so your theorem might help.
It's not a theorem, just a spreadsheet. And it was serendipitous that I had the data.
Good. I'll see you at the meeting. I'm meeting him later? No, I'm meeting the CEO.
They might coerce us. Not exactly, but he'll try to proffer a compromise.
Let's not go there. I feel more balanced now.
Conversation 108. Sculpture in the square.
I'm elated that the board is finally considering my design. It could bring new life to the square.
Elated? That's a daft reaction. A glass tower is a mortal insult to our heritage. It's heresy to even mention opulence in this context.
Let's avoid slander, George. We're here to discuss, not to attack.
The incessant noise from construction alone is enough vexation for me, and the cost.
Trust the process. This could lead to better results for local businesses.
Better results? I've known this square since childhood. That poignant corner where the old bench stood holds memories I won't forget.
I hear you. I'm planning to take a break from this heated debate. We can resume in an hour.
I'll drop by later with revised sketches that address your concerns.
My main concern is that your conclave of artists met behind closed doors. You have no clout to force this through.
That's a fair point. I'll think it over. Perhaps we need a more open process.
I appreciate that. But actions speak louder than words.
I'll let you know tomorrow about a public consultation meeting.
Someone told me you already secured funding. He said he had finished the grant paperwork.
That's not true. The grant officer said he would keep improving the proposal based on feedback.
George, You are perspicacious about community sentiment, but please don't ostracize those who disagree.
I'm not ostracizing anyone. I just scorn the lack of transparency. I want a formal reprimand for the committee.
Perhaps we can all vent our frustrations at the public meeting. Let's set a date.
Based on the data from similar projects in other towns, we should proceed with caution but not halt progress.
I'll attend, but I won't change my mind.
That's understandable. We value your input.
Then, let's schedule the meeting for next week.
Conversation 109. A legal and ethical quandary.
I've been trying to reach you all morning. Did you see the subpoena that arrived for the board meeting?
Yes, I did. It's concerning the discrepancy in the quarterly reports. I think we're missing something fundamental here.
That's debatable. The auditors found a clear mismatch between our expenses and revenue. We need to be realistic about the legal risk.
Seriously? You believe we would collude to hide that money? Our company's pedigree has always been spotless.
I'm not accusing anyone of deliberate fraud, but the board's reaction was completely devoid of logic. They refused to even discuss the missing documentation.
If you change your mind about cooperating, tell me. A propitious response now could avoid any reprisal later. I'm planning to start in business, but that's a last resort.
I'm thinking about moving abroad if this escalates. The stress of this affliction is unbearable.
That's insane. Running away won't solve the underlying issue. We need to find the requisite paperwork and prove our case.
I agree. We have no choice but to emulate the strictest compliance procedures. A half-hearted effort would be moribund from the start.
But I've always lived by a personal creed of honesty. To have my erudition and reputation questioned over a simple accounting error, it's humiliating.
Well, the board's disdain for our department is clear. They think we lack assiduous oversight.
Let's allocate resources properly to conduct an impromptu internal audit. We can close the gap before the hearing.
Fine. But if there's any sign of a cover-up, I'm resigning. I refuse to be associated with such a scheme.
Then we'd better start now. No more delays.
Conversation 110. Park renovation dispute.
I can't believe the council approved that ostentatious new pavilion in the park. It's so out of place.
I know. The juxtaposition of that modern glass structure with the old oak trees is jarring. And the proximity to the pond means all the wildlife will be disturbed.
I'm kind of confused. I thought the envoy from the Residents Association had negotiated a compromise.
That never crossed my mind. The envoy, Mr. Hayes, actually resigned because he said the council's decree was final. No more changes.
That's insane. He should have fought harder. If I were in your position, I'd wait for the next election and vote them out.
I can see where you're coming from, but the damage is done. I regret wasting time in the past attending those pointless meetings.
And now we have to deal with the unremitting noise from construction. It's a complete loss of tranquility.
I used to play football in that park as a kid. Now it's just a snare for developers. They promise green space but build concrete.
Do you postulate that the council had ulterior motives? The speed at which they hasten to finish suggests something.
I think it's pure recklessness. They ignored the matriarch of the neighborhood, Mrs. Chen, who has lived here for 50 years.
Yes. And her rumination on the old park's history was dismissed as sentimental. The effrontery of these officials.
They even left piles of flotsam from the demolition along the path. No attempt at reparation for the mess.
I'll be working on this tomorrow. I'm drafting a petition to demand proper reparation and a pause.
That sounds great. Let's catch up sometime soon to coordinate.
Sure. I can bring the old photos of the park to show what we've lost.
By the way, has anyone spoken to the matriarch recently? She might have ideas.
I saw her yesterday. She was in a state of deep rumination, but she said,
"Good. If the council ignores us again, I think we should consider a protest, though I worry it might be a snare that gets us labeled as troublemakers."
That never crossed my mind. But you're right. We need to be careful.
Conversation 111. moving into the old manor.
I've finally decided to make an offer on that old manor. It's absolutely stunning.
You must be joking. That place is a wreckage of maintenance costs, and the enormity of the renovation is overwhelming.
I totally agree it's a lot of work, but the vintage architecture is irreplaceable. The estate has a long lineage, dating back to the 18th century.
Lineage doesn't pay the bills. Besides, the previous owner's bereavement forced the sale. It feels a bit morbid.
That's a superficial view. The house is full of character. The new owners have already installed a modern domicile inside the old walls.
I'm beginning to realize that you're determined, but you must take responsibility for the financial burden. The town council might even prescribe certain alterations.
I'll see how things go. If things don't improve after the first year, we'll take action. But the garden is enticing, and the stately rooms are perfect for entertaining.
The whole idea seems like a dogma of old-fashioned living, and the thought of being an accomplice to your folly worries me.
You're not my accomplice. You're my friend. I need your support, not your criticism.
Keep going no matter what, I suppose. But have you considered the unpalatable truth that you might be over your head? You must stay consistent with your financial planning.
I didn't sleep well last night thinking about it, actually. But I'll be waiting here for the surveyor's report. If I had time, I would travel to see other comparable properties, but the market is moving fast.
I'd still advise caution.
I'll be careful.
Sorry to interrupt. I couldn't help overhearing. I'm the agent who handled the property. I can assure you the structure is sound.
Oh, perfect. Could you accredit the work done on the foundation?
Certainly. The previous owner left a bounty of original fixtures. It's a rare find.
So you'd usher him into this deal without warning him about the roof?
The roof has been replaced. No need to worry.
See? I think this is meant to be.
Fine, but I'll keep an eye on you.
Thanks.
Conversation 112. Neighborhood Festival Planning.
So, the festival program is almost final, but we need to confirm the performers.
I've been working here for years, and I've seen how these things go. The troupe you booked is excellent, but their manager is unctuous. He'll try to sneak in extra fees.
I need to think this through. Should we renegotiate the contract? It should stipulate a fixed price, but he might construe certain clauses differently.
That's debatable. His arrogance might make him think he can push us around, but we should consider all possibilities.
Exactly. I'm about to start a new project with the sound apparatus. It's complex. A dexterous technician would help avoid anarchy during setup.
Can you review this? I drafted the terms for the stage. I added a clause to prevent any subterfuge about overtime.
Good. But the real issue is Mr. Jenkins. He's incorrigible, always complaining about noise. His tribalism with the local shop owners is causing friction.
His tenacity is impressive, but misplaced. He's been pensive lately, maybe considering our side.
I'm planning to expand my skills in conflict resolution, but for now, the expedient solution is to invite him to the planning meeting.
I'll drop by later to talk to him. You should give it a try. Involve him directly.
That might break his entrenchment, but the terminology in our invitation needs to be clear. No jargon.
I'm on my way to the print shop. I'll handle that.
Wait, let's finalize the volunteer roster first. We have a few gaps.
I can handle the decorations. I've already lined up some help.
That's good. But remember, we also need to check the insurance policy. It should stipulate coverage for all equipment.
Right. I'll email the agent. Also, about the troupe, do we need to confirm their set list?
I spoke to their leader. He's pensive about the weather forecast. He wants a backup plan.
That's sensible. We should consider all possibilities for the stage setup.
All right. I'll drop by the venue later to inspect the area.
I'll join you. Let's meet at 3.
I'll be there too, after the print shop.
Perfect. Let's meet again after lunch.
Conversation 113. The minimalist renovation.
Have you seen Chloe's new apartment? She went full minimalist.
Yes, I visited last week. The city where she now lives has such trendy lofts.
Actually, I'm glad you brought it up. The renovation was a nightmare.
Oh? I thought your contractor was irreproachable.
On paper, yes. But he had the audacity to suggest painting the brick wall white.
That would desecrate the original brick. A purist would never do that.
I'm weighing my options for my own kitchen remodel. This whole process is a prelude to bigger decisions.
Indeed. The original schedule was frenetic. Workers everywhere. Then suddenly, the project hit a wall.
Did you capitulate on the wall color?
No, I stood firm. But I wish I had believed in myself more when they pushed for cheap materials.
You could have done better by hiring a different subordinate.
Possibly. My assistant made a cursory check of the materials, and we ended up with Palin tiles.
That sounds like a quip from a trickster.
The futility of trying to control every detail. You'd need omnipotence for that.
I've retreated into seclusion lately, just to avoid the chaos.
Give me a second. Are you saying the apartment is finished?
The task has been completed, but not to my taste.
This tastes amazing? No, but the coffee here is good.
At least something is palatable.
Well, I'll be traveling this time tomorrow, so I'll miss your next renovation episode.
Got it. Let's hope next time you have a smoother experience.
I wish I had studied harder in design school. Then I'd handle contractors better.
You live and learn.
Conversation 114. Neighborhood Festival Planning.
Good morning. The report was submitted last night, but I feel a lethargy creeping in. We need to finalize the festival plans.
Absolutely. The crux of the delay is the rift between the stage and food vendors. They can't agree on placement.
I haven't made up my mind yet on the layout, but I think we can improve this by holding a dialectic where both sides present their priorities.
That's constructive. However, a scurrilous article appeared online claiming we favor one vendor. It's lamentable.
We should rescind that impression by publishing our selection criteria. I'll prepare a clear statement.
I'll take care of the press release. Meanwhile, the vastness of the park means we have ample space, but we must plan logistics carefully.
I see things differently now. Perhaps a munificent local brewery could sponsor the main stage, which would dissipate our budget deficit.
That's promising, but we must be circumspect. I've heard they have a controversial history.
True. The vicissitude of public perception can hurt us. We need a quorum from the board to approve any sponsorship. The decision was made yesterday to require a formal vote.
I'm proud of myself for thinking of sponsorship. I believe a unification of all community groups is the key to success.
Let's move forward with this unified approach. The old monolith of separate committees has caused enough problems. By the way, your initial proposal was a bit verbose, Sam. Could you condense it?
Thanks for your time. I'll check it out and streamline the document. I'll also research the brewery's background.
Good. Also, Jamie, could you update the timeline? We can improve this process by setting clear deadlines.
Sure. I'll have it ready by tomorrow.
And I'll contact the potential sponsors.
Wait, what if the brewery declines? We should have a backup plan.
Good point. I'll also look into a local restaurant group.
Excellent. That shows circumspection.
Conversation 115. A legal bind.
Did you hear what happened to Sam? He's been charged with digital piracy.
Are you for real? I thought he'd stopped all that when he started his job.
Apparently, it was a clandestine operation on the side. The company he pirated from is huge. They lambasted him in the press yesterday.
I'm sorry to hear that. He must be in a terrible state. Did he succumb to the pressure?
He had a few days of delirium, honestly. but now he's trying to sort out some form of restitution.
I couldn't agree more that paying them back is the only way forward. Still, his recalcitrance during the initial hearing didn't help.
He was putting up a pretense of ignorance, claimed he thought it was a hypothetical scenario, some kind of test.
That's weak. Is he planning to reconcile with the copyright holders?
He's meeting their lawyers in the vicinity of the courthouse tomorrow. No joy, no rapture there, I'm afraid.
What about his job? Can he keep it?
He said he would keep improving his record, but they're considering termination. It's a piece of cake for them to replace him.
This whole affair has been a grim interlude in his life. Did he ever mention any divination about getting caught?
No, he lived in denial. I'm learning to trust the process now. The legal process, I mean. Let's do this again sometime. Talk about it. I feel down today after all that news.
Sure, I'll sort this out later, but first, do you think he's got a masochism streak? The way he kept pirating?
Maybe, but the consecration of his free time to that hobby was just foolish.
The person who called you with the update is Sam himself, I suppose.
Yes, he called me from the police station. I'm just glad he's not in custody anymore.
Well, let's hope he learns his lesson. It's a tough spot.
Conversation 116. Proposing a new course.
Dr. Lee, we have a proposal for a new course. We need a clear direction from the faculty before we proceed.
I see. You might want to check again whether the syllabus can accommodate another elective. There's already a deluge of options.
But this course would highlight the splendor of ancient civilizations. It's a mosaic of art, architecture, and politics.
I don't want to demean your enthusiasm, but we must consider the vacancy in our teaching roster. We have no one to teach it.
Professor, we have a fervent supporter in Dr. Garcia. She's willing to take it on once the current abeyance of her sabbatical ends.
That's a nuance I hadn't considered. However, the decision was made yesterday to freeze new courses until next year.
Don't back out now. We've already arranged guest lectures. The place where we plan to hold seminars is the old library hall. Its garrison-like structure is perfect.
I demur. The hall is used for storage. We'd need to subdue the clutter.
That's a temporary relegation of the space. We could clear it once in a blue moon.
I'm still thinking about it, but your idea sounds heretical to the traditional curriculum committee.
We don't want to embroil you in controversy. Just consider the educational annihilation of rote learning. This course offers a fresh approach.
I need directions on how to draft the formal proposal. Could you point us to the guidelines?
Sure. I'm glad we had this conversation. I'll present it to the board. The guy who helped me with last year's curriculum might have insights.
Who is that? Is it Professor Evans?
Yes, the one who wrote the syllabus for the art history module. He might have a vacancy in his schedule to advise.
That would be great. We can schedule a meeting.
I'll arrange it. But remember, the final decision is in abeyance until the committee meets.
Understood. We'll prepare the documentation.
Once again, thank you.
Conversation 117. Art installation controversy.
What's going on with that new art installation in the square? The one made of recycled plastic.
Are you for real? It's caused quite a furor. Some are even demanding the revocation of the artist's grant.
The whole debate is fraught with emotion. I see the installation as an emblem of our throwaway culture.
I think it's a brilliant attempt to delineate the plasticity of modern life. It's worth giving it a try to appreciate its message.
Nonsense. It's a gaffe by the curator. The artist is a Philistine who craves cheap adulation.
That's a harsh epigram. But I admit, the work does perpetuate a certain unease in the public psyche.
Exactly. That tremor of discomfort is what provokes thought. We need to look beyond surface-level trepidation.
Still, the artist's adherence to shock tactics does nothing to appease critics. It's just a stunt.
Perhaps. But we can improve this conversation by focusing on the concept. Let's move on from personal attacks.
I feel more grounded when we discuss the actual ideas. Where are you from, Alex? You seem to defend the artist strongly.
I'm from the same neighborhood as the studio. I've seen the work evolve. The artist's intent is sincere.
That's interesting. But I still wonder if the public's trepidation is justified.
And what about the artist's background? Does that influence your view?
Yes, he comes from a family of activists. That explains the social commentary.
I see. That adds context. Still, the furor continues.
Indeed, we can improve this by engaging with the community.
True. Anyway, I need to head out now. I'll see you later.
Wait, before you go, I'd like to hear more. I'll be waiting for you at the cafe around 6.
Count me in. Let's pick up where we left off then.
Sounds good. I'll be there. Let's move on to a more balanced discussion later.
Conversation 118. The Farewell Fiasco.
So, the planning for Clara's retirement party is almost done. I've been waiting for this moment to finally celebrate her career.
Yes, it should be a convivial event. But I'm not feeling great today. I just heard that a renegade from the old team is planning to crash the party.
Are you sure about that? That would be a serious lapse in decorum.
I'm afraid it's true. He's been spreading rumors like wildfire, claiming we're being sanctimonious by excluding him.
If you change your mind, tell me, but I think we should still go ahead. Besides, we've already got a waiver signed for the venue.
I'd rather avoid a confrontation. His nemesis, our HR director, is taciturn about the whole thing.
Let's find a solution. Maybe we could invite him for a brief appearance? The cortege of guests arriving might overwhelm him anyway.
That's risky. Last time he showed up, a mischievous prank sent someone to the infirmary.
Really? I thought that was just a slip, a human fallibility.
No, it was verbatim what he threatened to do. He said, "I'll make this party a disaster."
If I had time, I would personally handle the security. But with the budget cuts, we're staring into an abyss of understaffing.
We need to set clear goals. First, ensure no vagrant from the nearby square can get in. Then, manage the entry list.
I'll be there in a bit with the updated roster. The work is being reviewed by legal right now.
Good. Meanwhile, let's keep the atmosphere light. A convivial tone might disarm him.
Agreed. I'm working now on the seating plan. I'll keep him away from Clara.
Perfect. If he causes trouble, we'll have a backup plan. Let's find a solution together.
Conversation 119. Festival Planning.
Let's set things up properly for the festival. We have a colossal task ahead.
Absolutely. The proliferation of new acts has made scheduling a nightmare.
I know. The band that was supposed to headline had to cancel due to a hapless accident.
That's unfortunate. We might need to supplant them with another group.
The replacement they suggested is a feckless bunch. Their virtuosity is questionable.
I agree. Their style seems incongruous for our theme.
Let's lay this out clearly. I've just been working all day on the itinerary.
Good. We also have a spurious claim from a vendor about their catering license.
That could impede our progress. Any dispensation from the city council?
They said they were ready to grant a temporary permit, but only if we get a tourniquet for the medical tent.
A tourniquet? That seems odd. But we need to comply. I'm learning to be patient with bureaucracy.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm grateful for your dedication. I've heard you're beset by issues.
Yes, but I'll keep moving forward. C, can you help with the figurehead for the opening ceremony?
I think the mayor agreed, but he's more of a figurehead than a decision-maker.
Indeed. We need real concordance among all parties.
Let's define the scope of his role. He professes support, but we need action.
I'll call him again. Keep in touch if anything changes.
Also, have you ever tried sushi? There's a new stand that might fit.
Not yet. Let's add it to the itinerary if it's good.
Conversation 120. The project post-mortem.
So the whole thing just imploded. I can't believe it.
Tell me about it. The ringleader, Marcus, finally faced retribution. The registrar's incisive report exposed everything.
Wait, what are you talking about? I thought we were just having a minor setback.
Minor? The project culminated in a complete disaster. The onslaught of complaints from the client was relentless.
Are you for real? I didn't realize it was that bad.
It was. And honestly, it all stemmed from Marcus's cupidity. He wanted all the credit and the budget for himself.
I wish I had more experience to see it coming. I should have trusted my gut.
Don't chide yourself too much. We all missed the signs. Except maybe the registrar. Her discernment is remarkable.
Yes, she said she would help us restructure, but that was before the quagmire of legal issues.
If things don't improve, we'll take action. But first we need to figure out how to redeem our reputation.
There's still a stigma attached to failure in this company. We'll be underdogs for a while.
Let's break it down. Who do we need to exhort to get on board?
I think we should start with the team. They need to see that we can turn this around.
He told me he was busy. That's what the team lead said. But we can try again.
I'm starting to understand. The whole situation is a quagmire, but we can navigate it.
Indeed. And maybe we can salvage something from the sumptuous launch party that never happened. At least the venue is still booked.
Let's call it a day for now. We'll regroup tomorrow.
Agreed. But it still irks me that we let one person's greed ruin everything.
Well, now we know. We should catch up soon to discuss next steps.
Sure. And I'll bring the registrar's report. It's actually quite incisive.
Good. We'll need that discernment.
Let's hope we can redeem ourselves and avoid any more stigmas.
And no more ringleaders.
Hopefully. Let's go.
Conversation 121. Revising the organizational change draft.
I've just finished Sam's draft on organizational change. I'm starting to understand the central thesis, but the narrative feels disjointed to me.
That leads me to believe it's true that they wrote it under tight deadlines. The usual caliber of their work is far more coherent.
I feel confident we can polish it. Did you notice how often they invoke the phoenix metaphor? It's overused.
I wish I could change the outcome, but we have to edit what's there. That moniker for the project doesn't capture the essence.
I was just about to say that, and they repudiate previous approaches so strongly, it feels unbalanced.
I'm disappointed. Some of those critiques don't emanate from the evidence, but from personal frustration.
You could try again by suggesting a more balanced framing. The ball is in your court as the senior editor.
I'll think it over. Still, the obsolescence of several references is problematic. One is an antiquity from 1999.
And the argument seems to zigzag between periods without clear retrospection. That makes key points implausible.
There's a weariness in the writing, and the tone is shrouded in negativity. We need to enumerate the strengths as well.
Perhaps we can use a thesaurus to diversify the vocabulary and reduce repetition.
I couldn't agree more. And the toxicity of the criticism might turn readers away.
Yes, that's a real issue. How do you propose we soften the language while keeping the critique valid?
We could rephrase some of the harsher comments to focus on opportunities rather than failures.
Good idea. I'll also restructure the introduction to set a more constructive tone.
Perfect. Let's each take a section and then swap for review.
Agreed. I'll start with the first half tonight.
Great. I'll handle the second half. Let's check in tomorrow.
Conversation 122. Addressing conflict with a new hire.
Is everything okay? You both look tense.
It's this neophyte, Mark. His officious attitude is starting to incense the whole team.
I can hear you. I'm right here.
Good. Let's talk openly. The decision was made yesterday to bring you on board, but we have some concerns.
I'm weighing my options. Your constant refutation of my methods is detrimental. I cleave to data-driven results with piety.
We should look at the bigger picture. Your interference impairs our workflow. The system is being updated, and we need cooperation.
My tenacious drive is what gets results. I'm not here to simply follow old habits.
That's admirable. But your defamatory remark about our client was unacceptable. It could levy a serious blow to our reputation.
I didn't intend defamation. I can provide a formal refutation and apologize.
The damage could be formidable, but that would palliate it. Is there a chance for remission of the client's trust?
I'll be working on this tomorrow with PR. We need to act fast.
I'll cooperate fully. I know I'm a neophyte, but my preeminent skills in analytics are proven. I just want the right tools.
Understood. Is there anything else?
Not really.
Your opulent office request was excessive.
Let's focus. I'll turn things around by setting clear guidelines. The issue is being addressed. How does that sound to you, Mark?
Fair enough. I'll adjust my expectations.
That's a good start. It was great seeing you both, but I have a meeting.
Sure. Let's reconvene tomorrow.
Conversation 123. The closure of the page turner.
I can't believe the page turner is finally closed. It's such a loss for the neighborhood.
I know. It feels like a derelict shell of what it used to be. But we have to admit, foot traffic had been declining for years.
I think a more insidious factor is how digital platforms pervade our reading habits. People prefer convenience over community.
You might discover something new if you actually went there instead of ordering online. But I get the disillusionment. I used to spend hours there.
I wish I had more experience running a business. Maybe I could have helped them adapt. The owner was lovely, but a bit parochial, refusing to stock bestsellers.
There's a kernel of truth to that. Still, the closure didn't have to be a complete rupture. They could have pivoted to events.
I'll drop everything and help if they ever reopen. What do you glean from their final sale? Any hidden gems?
I picked up a wonderful essay collection. It's a repository of cogent arguments about modern culture.
That sounds like redemption for a failed venture. But I worry about the virulence of online criticism. Some reviewers are absolute sycophants for big publishers.
Is everything okay? You sound bitter. I wish I could change the outcome, but we can't.
No, I'm fine. I just think the promiscuity of online choices dilutes genuine taste. Everyone jumps from one book to another without depth.
That's an imperious judgment, don't you think? People read what they enjoy.
I'm trying to emancipate myself from that mindset. Focus on quality. The key is to find the kernel of meaning in each book.
Well, I'll finish it soon. The essay collection, I mean. Then I can lend it to you.
I really appreciate it. If you need help, just let me know. I can host a discussion.
This approach makes more sense. Instead of mourning, we can create our own little reading group.
The results have been analyzed by city planners. They say we need more public spaces.
What results?
Just a metaphor. The data from the closure has been analyzed.
So, there's hope for a new kind of repository. A community library, perhaps. That could emancipate us from commercial bookstores.
Count me in. I'll do whatever I can.
Conversation 124. Editing a protege's manuscript.
Well, I've been trying to fix this issue with my protege's latest article. He said he would keep improving, but his writing is still oddly puerile for a C2 learner.
Let's lay this out clearly. What exactly is the problem? Is it grammar, structure, or tone?
The content is solid, but his tone keeps shifting. One moment he's being demure, the next he's coquettish. And he quotes the tabloid press as if it were a source of veracity for the general populace.
Let's take a different approach. Maybe he's too cloistered in his academic bubble. He hasn't experienced enough real-world nuance.
Possibly, but the onus is on him to adapt. I can't hold his hand forever. Last week I was watching TV when you called, He'd sent me a fervid rant about a minor edit.
Let's move on. Have you considered giving him something less ambitious? You could try something else. A personal essay, not a political opinion piece.
I suggested that, but he insists on being a visionary. He wants to write about the future of journalism.
A visionary who trusts tabloids? That's ironic. And his syntax is so fastidious that it stifles his voice.
I agree. I'll be focusing on this task tomorrow, overhauling his structure. If he doesn't show remorse for that clumsy metaphor about spawn a new era, I'll have him redo the entire section.
Would you say his ambition is a reformation attempt, or just ego?
Hard to tell. He behaves like an understudy desperate for a starring role. His last piece read like a posthumous memoir, odd for a 30-year-old.
I need to go shopping for a better metaphor. But seriously, give him a second draft deadline. That usually curbs puerile hyperbole.
True. If he can tone down the fervid language and stick to veracity, he might actually become that visionary he dreams of.
Conversation 125. Vintage motorcycle overhaul.
What are you doing now?
I have been working on it all day. I'm trying to adjust the torque on these bolts.
That never crossed my mind. I thought you just needed to tighten them.
No, it's more precise. This engine is a venerable piece of engineering.
Hey, still messing with that old bike?
Don't be so derisive, Sam. This is a labor of love.
Sorry, I just don't get the appeal. I'm not into that kind of thing.
It's worth giving it a try. You might learn something.
Maybe. So what's the problem now?
There's a small fissure in the cylinder head. I feel despondent about it.
Don't worry. I'll sort it out. I've seen similar cracks before.
Ah, an anecdote incoming.
Actually, yes. Last year I fixed a bike with an analogous issue. It worked out well.
I see things differently now. Maybe it's not a dead end.
You know, watching you two is a vicarious experience for me.
You could help instead of just watching, lout.
Ouch. But seriously, this whole restoration has been an odyssey.
It has. And we're paying homage to the original design.
Are you worried about the cost? Some parts are venal, right?
Not really. We preempt any big expenses by buying salvaged parts.
This concatenation of small problems is exhausting, though.
If I stay focused, I'll succeed. We just need patience.
I'll be there in a bit. I'll grab some coffee.
Great. After that, we can take a break on that knoll behind the shed.
Perfect. Then we'll get back to work.
Here. So, any progress?
Yes. We applied a sealant to the fissure. Should hold.
This bike will transcend its original glory.
Conversation 126. Discussing a novelist's legacy.
Have you read the obituary for Marcus Webb? Quite a loss for modern literature.
I have. His last novel was a brilliant allegory about political corruption.
I found it rather dense, to be honest. The pervasive sense of despair was hard to bear.
That's a good one. But the allegory works because it mirrors our own society's epicenter of greed.
I agree. Yet his precocious talent was a hindrance early on. Critics couldn't decide how to categorize him.
Let's break this apart. Do we think his death will placate those who held an antipathy towards his work?
I doubt it. His detractors still revere his skill, even if they disliked his views.
The inquisition into his private life was relentless, a real viper pit of gossip.
Let me think about it. Perhaps the scrutiny helped stifle his later output.
You could improve this further by considering his philanthropic side. He donated anonymously.
True, but the presumption that his charity was a PR move is cynical.
I've been waiting for hours to discuss his pervasive influence on younger writers.
We should seriously consider this. His proficiency in multiple genres is unmatched.
You must finish this today. Our discussion notes, I mean. I'll figure things out eventually.
You should take a break. Your vertigo from staring at screens won't help.
The project has been completed successfully. Our reading list, at least.
That's a good one. Let's meet tomorrow to finalize.
Agreed.
Conversation 127. Sorting out the budget.
I'm feeling overwhelmed. This budget meeting has been a torrent of numbers, and we're still at an impasse over the marketing line.
I know. The tempo of the discussion is exhausting. But let's pick it up tomorrow when we've had a break.
I disagree. Let's wrap it up now. That itinerant consultant we hired has left a dossier of cost-cutting suggestions. And frankly, I think we need to be less parsimonious about investing in new weaponry. I mean, software tools.
Careful with the recrimination. Calling someone stingy won't help. And that software idea feels like an anachronism. We already tried it last year, and it flopped.
I understand how you feel, A. But C has a point. We've had a surfeit of caution. Productivity has been nearly decimated because we're afraid to spend.
Exactly. And I didn't used to like such risky moves, but hiring that
Theologian of efficiency, the consultant, was actually wise. His report shows innumerable small changes we can make.
I need to think this through. Your epicure taste for untested gadgets worries me, C. And let's not ignore the underlying misogyny in the old team's dismissal of female-led proposals. That's part of the dossier, too.
That's a serious point, but for now, I'll sort this out later. Let's just agree on the baseline.
Fine. This approach makes more sense than fighting. I'll let you know tomorrow if I can adjust the numbers.
I'm heading out now. I'm disheveled after this.
Good idea. Tomorrow, fresh start.
Conversation 128. A monumental decision.
I'm on my way to the town hall meeting. Are you coming?
I'll be there in a bit. I'm still reading the proposal. The plan to erect that statue really contravenes our local values.
Let's slow down a bit. What exactly do you find so objectionable?
Well, the figure was a known supremacist. His views contravene everything we stand for.
I'm lost. I thought the council chose him for his debonair image, all charm and polish.
That's just surface level. His benevolence was a myth. His true legacy is one of division.
Exactly. We need to safeguard our community's integrity, not honor a bigot.
I'm feeling overwhelmed. How did we get to this precipice so quickly?
The expediency of a quick decision has outweighed any real debate. The council prevaricated on the facts.
And the partisanship in the vote was obvious. Everyone chose their side based on political gain, not principle.
I'm used to waiting for these things to blow over. But this seems more serious. The public's mood is fickle.
True. The vehemence of the opposition is growing. Even some former supporters are backing away.
I'm in a good mood despite it all, because this morning, a local sage offered a compromise.
What kind of compromise?
Instead of a statue, they propose a translucent memorial, a glass panel that tells the whole story, not just the polished version.
That would avoid a seizure of public space by one ideology. Pacifism in design, if you will.
This approach makes more sense. But will the council listen?
I believe the problem has been solved in principle. The memorial idea has a majority support now.
I've been working here for years, and I've never seen such quick turnaround.
Good. Let's go argue the case one last time then.
Conversation 129. The farm's future.
I've been trying to reach you. Is everything okay? I heard about the farm.
Yes. It's a mess. The development plans encroach on our land. My uncle, the scion of the family, is devastated.
You must have forgotten how resilient he is. He's faced adversity before.
True, but this time the partisan council member made a caustic speech against us. It really did galvanize the community, though.
That's a good one. So people are rallying behind you?
Yes, but my father fell into a stupor of despair. He can't move forward.
He should have told me earlier. I could have helped.
He didn't want to burden anyone. He feels responsible for the potential undoing of generations of work.
He should absolve himself. It's not his fault.
The farm's reputation was once impregnable, but now
They said they'd be here soon to survey the land.
Let me know when you're free. We can strategize.
I'll figure it out. But first, I need to snap my father out of his stupor.
I'm not sure if that's true, that the development is inevitable. There's still time.
I'll send you an email with the latest petition details.
Is everything okay? You both look worried.
We're trying to avoid the farm's undoing.
Exactly. The subsistence farming model is all we have left.